Buenos días. Buenos días a todos y a todas. Vamos sentándonos.
Kindly start taking your seats and we will kick off this event. I haven't had the chance to say hello to everyone, but what a pleasure it is to see so many faces, to see such a full room, and so many faces that I know, so many familiar faces. So please take your seats. And we will get started, okay? It is an honor for me as Executive Director of this agency, the Spanish Agency for Food Safety and Nutrition, to open these international events on risk assessment as a driver of food safety, Europe and Latin America. Especially at such a special time for this agency, because this year we are celebrating our 25th anniversary. So it is a cause of pride and pleasure for everyone at the agency to welcome you to the headquarters of IASAN, of the agency, in this historic building here in the heart of Madrid that dates from over 100 years. So, like I say, a pleasure. We hope you will enjoy it. And for those of you who are watching us live and don't know us, please know that we're here. We're right next to Puerta de Alcalá, right next to the heart of Madrid. It's a wonderful place to be able to work, and of course I would like to welcome you all. This event is organized alongside representatives from other agencies, from Europe and further afield in food safety, also the European Commission, the Codex Alimentarius, and the EFSA, the European Food Safety Agency or Authority, which, as you know, is a benchmark in food safety risk assessments in the European Union. Public policies must be based on knowledge and on science, especially at such complex and changing times as those that we are living in globally today. Risk assessment is, without doubt, a pillar upon which the measures that we take to ensure everyone's right to safe food should be based. And so, along these lines, the scientists who prepare their assessments and their reports independently and rigorously are a fundamental element and an example of commitment towards protecting consumer health. Since we are here in the home of IASAN, the Spanish agency, I would like to extend my gratitude to the members of the Scientific Committee who are represented here today by their president, Dr. Ana Ribas, who will be joining me in opening this event. It is always a pleasure to work with Ana, who is my namesake, and who is vice chair of the scientific and also the vice chair of the scientific committee, Dr. Antonio, who will be here with current and past members of the scientific committee. From the agency, we would like to extend our gratitude to them for their work that they do and for their uninterested commitment to the agency and to citizenship as a whole, especially the Spanish citizens, but also further afield across Europe and internationally. Throughout these events, we will be sharing experiences and different models in the field of scientific production, and we will be exploring their essential role in regulating and providing official control for food safety. Along with a variety of food safety agencies that I mentioned earlier from European countries, some of which specialize more specifically in assessment, in food risk assessments, and also along with representatives from Latin America, from countries across Latin America devoted to food safety. And so in this context, please allow me to look back to July 2025, when the 4th United Nations Conference for Development Funding was held in Seville, and there a project for providing scientific assistance for food safety was launched for Latin American countries. This was a project whose foundations were based on cooperation and multilateral agreements, which are a constant all across these collaborations. It was our minister who presented the project during this World Forum. It has been an absolute delight to welcome and share experiences this week with members from Argentina, Brazil, Chile, there they are, Colombia, Ecuador, Paraguay, Peru, and Uruguay, and I hope I haven't left anyone out. After a few days together, I think we have built something of a family. So thank you for joining us here today. I would also like to extend my thanks to Maria Moreno and to the whole team, and to Flavio Mandia from Flexible Circularity, both of whom have worked tirelessly to bring this project to fruition. The event that we are beginning today is without doubt a unique opportunity to discuss this concept with countries that work under different dynamics in scientific production and food safety. This exchange will enrich us greatly, and it will allow us to strengthen our political decision-making, our policy-making, based on the best possible scientific evidence in a globalized market. This demands the greatest possible guarantees for the health of consumers, because food risks know no boundaries. And so now allow me to extend a special welcome to Dr. Carlos Das Neves, who is the lead scientist of the EFSA. Is that correct? I hope I got this position right. Carlos, it is an honor for the EFSA to have you here, and thank you so much for coming.
A lo largo de estas dos jornadas,
throughout these 2 days, today and tomorrow, we will also be discussing very present-day aspects, such as an agreement between the European Union and Mercosur, and the contamination pollutants levels and phytosanitary emissions between Codex and the sanitary authorities, food-borne outbreaks, and using AI in risk assessment and opportunities. We will then end with a particularly relevant topic, which is communicating risk and reporting risk, which is essential in order to convey an information that is based on the most strict of sciences, and to share our common responsibility in the battle against misinformation in food safety.
I would like to share how meaningful it is for me to host an international event of such importance in our field, and to have the opportunity to share this moment with colleagues who have been true role models for me since the very early stages of my career. Victorio at ASN, Franz at the European Commission, and Vetul at the Codex Alimentarius. Thank you all three for being a constant source of inspiration over the years, and for saying yes to my invitation to join us today and share your experience and wisdom with all of us. Esperamos que estas...
We hope that these events will be enlightening for you and insightful, and I would like to thank you for being here, particularly all our speakers who have traveled here to our home, which we hope will be your home today, to share these events with us. And I would also like to acknowledge everyone here at the Spanish Food Safety and Nutrition Agency, especially Vicente Calderón. Vicente is always hiding. There he is. Thanks to him and to his whole team. Thanks particularly to you, Vicente, for making this dream come true. And thank you to your entire team and to the whole agency who have worked hard and with excitement and enthusiasm to ensure that today we will be able to hold successful events. Thank you so much.
Antes de comenzar,
Before we begin, I would like to do a bit of housekeeping. I will be taking seat together with Dr. Rivas in a moment, but the presentations will begin. We will be giving the floor to each speaker, and for each speaker we will be showing on screen their professional profile, their bio, before they speak. Our schedule is a busy one with a lot of speakers, and so it's important for all of us to stick to our allocated time slots. And if any questions arise during the presentations, they can be addressed to the email address you have in your invitation. I will remind you of that email address in case you have any questions. It is evaluacionriesgos@aesan.gov.es. And that's the same email address that you will have used to register for the event. As you will notice, the presentations today will mostly be in English, and tomorrow they will mostly be in Spanish. But in any case, there is simultaneous interpretation for both languages. And so, I will now take my seat next to Ana, but Dr. Carlos Das Neves will be opening the event as the head scientist of the European Food Safety Agency. Thank you so much, Carlos. What a pleasure.
Pues muy buenos días.
Good morning to you all. I'm going to be speaking in Spanish, and so particularly for those who are interpreting, I forgive you for my accent and I wish you good luck. But dear Executive Director Ana, and dear representatives of the various food safety authorities from the European countries, from Iberian America, dear guests, dear colleagues, and thanks also to everyone at the Spanish agency. In my name and in the name of the director of EFSA, I want to wish you a happy birthday and say congratulations for this quarter of a century. It is a magnificent milestone, and that is why we are celebrating it. And to celebrate, they have asked me to talk about science a little bit. Now, I prefer to speak about history, but since we're celebrating 25 years, we have to recall that food safety history in our peninsula started some time back. We would have to go back to the year 1731, to the Book of Mostazaf in the city of Valencia, which laid down the first standards for food preparation control, separating the slaughterhouse from where the animals live to avoid cross-contamination. And it's a long history, but since we don't have much time, we will start by looking just at the end of the 20th century, because I think that we might all agree that the end has been a little bit bumpy. When speaking of food safety, the timeline of the outbreaks of pathogens and chemicals have emerged over the past few years, with some very serious ones with toxic oils in 1981. But all of these times in history have caused loss of lives and serious damage. But there is another serious situation that emerged, especially at the end of the century, which was a loss of trust that the consumers have in the systems we have in place to protect human safety and to protect quality and food security as well. This is particularly so at the end of the century with mad cow disease, which turned into a political emergency. And I say this because the EFSA and the Spanish agency are the result of this change in millennium. On Wednesday, we were saying that in the Congress of Deputies, in the year 2000, Mr. Zapatero and Aznar were having a conversation, and Zapatero said, Spain and other countries are suffering a serious food safety issue. And so I ask you, Mr. Aznar, whether you think your government has taken the right measures diligently enough to ensure consumer safety. There should be a national health safety agency and a scientific committee that is independent to provide a public response to this health issue. There should be greater budgets, public budgets, and greater trust. And the president of the Spanish government said, yes, this opinion that you are expressing is perfectly understandable, and this agency will be created in the coming days. And the truth is that just 2 days later, the ministers sent the bill to be approved, and you know better than I do that in July the Spanish Agency for Food Safety was founded. And I particularly like 3 details in the preamble which were important in 2021 and are possibly more relevant today. It is part of the Constitution. We talk about the right to education, the right to health, but the right to healthy food and nutrition is equally important. And this agency was created as part of a European project. It was the dream of the European Union. And it was created just as they were doing in other countries and as the European Union was doing with the European Food Safety Agency. And they all would be called upon to collaborate. And I know that on behalf of the EFSA, you have passed the test, you're doing things well. And in 2001, another interesting possibility emerged, because at the end of that year, there was talk of the European Food Safety Agency possibly being based and headquartered in Barcelona. In the end, it came to Parma, and I apologize. And so now, moving on, let's come back to the present, 2026. This is a changing world, and it is not always changing healthily. There are so many global changes affecting us: biodiversity, climate change, conflicts, resource exhaustion and depletion, and all of these are very closely connected to food. Because we can say that food is an underlying principle in health, in climate change, and that's why I'm showing you this image on the right-hand side of the screen from the Global Economic Forum. These are the risks that the World Economic Forum considers most significant for the next 10 years. And all of them could, without doubt, be connected to food safety. Extreme weather events, loss of biodiversity, pollution, social polarization, and one way or another, all of them have to do with food. Food is at the core of it all. And why is it so important to highlight this? Well, we know that right now, on the richest continent on the planet, almost 9% of the European population cannot afford food that includes meat or fish every 48 hours. And this isn't Africa or South America. This is here in Europe, in Spain. And why does this matter so much? Well, because food is a culprit sometimes, and we know that producing food contributes to climate change, and at the same time, climate change has an impact on food production. And food also includes feelings. Here are 4 examples of Italian newspapers expressing how difficult it is. I was talking to my peers about an insect-based nutrition. That could be we would have to do without ham and without cheese, and I'm not sure that I'd be able to do that. But food, as I was saying, suffers threats. And that is true of the strongest food safety system on the planet. We are exposed to a number of threats. There are outbreaks of pathogens, there's antimicrobial resistance, there is climate change, plant safety and pests, and recently, in recent years, looking at bioterrorism, agroterrorism, there are also threats of new food products. And this leads us to another reason as to why food is so important. It's important because it is at the core of the fourth industrial revolution, driven by artificial intelligence, by the development of genome editing in food production, in synthetic biology. These are all possibilities, but they, of course, like everything else, come with risks. And now more than ever, and more even than 25 years ago, consumers, the population, want to be part of the decision-making process. And this is just an example of change. In the year 2000, we were talking about food safety, but now we talk about healthy foods, food health, because it may be safe, but it may not be healthy. And so this is an important dynamic to be taken into consideration, and that falls a little beyond the scope of the EFSA. This is what matters to all of us, and amidst all of this, we are entrusted with the task of risk assessment. And as Anna said, risk assessment must be excellent, it must be scientific, science-based, it must be transparent, inclusive, it must be actionable, and it must be fast. And this is growing more and more difficult to achieve. Of course, we have done it, and only thanks to EFSA and ISN, but that doesn't mean we don't have outbreaks. Here are some of the best known examples of the greatest challenges we have faced in the past 20 years. We have Serolida as the last challenge, and we're working on it, and I really want to truly celebrate with you that the past month of April, we reached 10,000 publications, 10,000 articles after these 25 years of work, some of which we share with you. But the question is, are we truly ready for what is to come? With all of these changes, with all of this political, social, economic interests at stake, are we truly ready? As validators or assessors of risk, are we ready for the challenge ahead? This is just a graph that seeks to illustrate the problem we have, which is the speed at which we reach a solution. These are the times that it takes to perform risk assessment, for instance, for pesticides and for other regulated products. There are generic mandates on animal welfare, pollutants, and so on. And there are many reasons why this is going to take time, but some of these reasons have to do with science. So allow me to point out 4. Number 1, more scientific information, more publications, more data, means more content to read and to reflect on. And this is a complex issue. And we also have a growing demand for transparency. It's not just about getting 10 experts together in the same room. There will be clarifications, consultations, these famous public consultations. We need to bring in all the stakeholders and think about them. And naturally, this all takes time. We also have more criteria to be met. It's not just about whether something is toxic or not. We have to talk about endocrine disruptors, about nanotoxicity, biodiversity, combined mixes of toxicity, and the whole range of parameters that we have to consider is growing, it's rising. And now, of course, we are in this approach where everything is interconnected and the mandates from the Commission are interconnected as well, so there are more questions, more complexity, and all of this makes our work more difficult. Not just for us. Here's another graph to show you that it is also difficult for those who have to work with us. This is an example of the quality of an applicant for a novel food, where you can see that the quality of the dossiers we reach is falling. And of course, these are sent back, and we start this ping pong of coming and going and the time that it takes to approve a dossier. And so my conclusions, if you'll allow me, are that we have certain challenges between science and the capability to turn that into regulatory science in order to be able to do our risk assessment job. We also know that there are gaps in data collection. It's also clear that there is an issue with the standardization of methods and what we do within the European Union, because when we say standardization, it's not just between us and Chile or us and Brazil, it's within the European Union, between Spain and France, France and Germany, because we do things differently. That happens. And we need to be able to work with the industry as well. It's an increasingly essential factor, but it also poses a challenge in terms of transparency and communication. Are we working together? Are we working against one another? And so these are some of the gaps that, as lead scientist of the EFSA, for me the most significant gap is science, the big, beautiful science produced by universities and by scientific institutions, which is always there but not always accessible. And we try to make this clear to everyone. We try to put it across. And I think some of my peers will be talking about this more clearly later. This is an example of some of the scientific challenges where in the past 15 years, the European Union has tried, by investing millions of euros, millions and millions, to develop the science. If we look at microbiome, it's millions of euros in developing this gut microbiome data and the science. And we, as risk assessors, need to include this microbiome in our reports, but we don't. I'm not sure what happened to my slides, but I can try to relaunch it, see if it works.
Yo lo intento hacer de aquí, pero... ¿Sí? ¿Lo he puesto? No, pero que se ha desconectado.
I think the slides have just disconnected somehow.
Un poquito de emoción.
This adds a touch of excitement.
A ver si llega ahora. Pienso que va a llegar. Ahora.
I think it might work now. Digital technology, which is yet another challenge for science. As you know, the microbiome is just one of many examples where we don't have the capability to convey scientific knowledge produced in the academy to actually put it into practice, to use it. We have mapped this. Some of these articles have been published together with colleagues from Spain in an effort to find solutions to do things better. Because these are scientific novelties, important scientific disciplines in the future of risk assessment. And we have to do this more quickly still, which poses a challenge for all of us. I also have to say that when we talk about scientific development, we always end up talking about the money, the funding. And I just wanted to quote a report from the chief advisors of the European Union, a series of gurus who provide counsel to von der Leyen, and they said the regulators and organizations that implement policies have a specific need for knowledge. We need to find funding solutions for the science that the EFSA, ISAN, ANSYS, and all of these organizations need. It's not that we're going to do it. We're going to keep doing the academic work, but we need some sort of methodologic standardization. Scientists are not interested in that, though. They're not going to be publishing it. They're not going to do this index. We're going to have to repeat it over and over again. It's not sexy for our researchers. It's not appealing. So we need to find a way to do this better, because this is going to prove essential. And when we talk about funding, it's important not to always look to Brussels, because the famous Horizon Europe is something everybody wants, but every year we're talking 20 billion euros, 200 billion euros, and half of that, more than half of that, lies with the member states. And I want to share just a little of our joint history. When I say that you passed the test, I said that just a moment ago, you have passed the test, because we work very closely with you. We have 22 of your experts on our scientific panels. We have 44 experts in our working groups. My colleagues in Parma, some of them are Spanish nationality. We have 4 seconded national experts. And so I think we can say that our collaboration is sound. And another way of seeing our collaboration would be to talk about our Article 36, an excellence network. And I hope I mentioned everyone on this slide. Forgive me if I didn't, if I left anyone out. Together we have done so much in the past 25 years. And this is one of the longest standing fruits of our collaboration. In 2004 in the Canary Islands, and then later in Portugal, this emerged. And this was not just the fruit of our close collaboration, but of the call to attention in the awareness that climate change has an impact on food safety. This project, I wanted to highlight it because it entailed a change in the way of thinking about food and climate change. But of course, there are many more examples in which scientific collaboration between you and us has been so wonderful in food safety, animal welfare, novel foods, and a great many other topics. But the most important collaboration for me was in preparing new generations. And I think the gold medal goes to Spain here, because we have the EUFORA program, which are scholarships for the new generations of risk assessors. And you have hosted 38 interns in the past 7 or 8 years. And you have also sent 13 more out to Europe. And I think these data earn you the golden medal in collaboration. It has been an undoubted success. You can hear this from Abelino at the University of León. He says this quite clearly. He says that this has changed the scene and has opened up new forms of collaboration in the future. I want to thank you by saying that, yes, we speak a lot of Europe, but we have so much more than Europe here in this room today. And this is a unique opportunity for collaboration, not just for Mercosur, which is going to generate one of the greatest markets on the planet, but also because food safety is now a hot topic. It's there in the minds of politicians, policymakers here in Europe, in Latin America. Here's a picture from October when we worked on food safety. And sometimes it's difficult to collaborate. The regulations may be different, but the science can help this. And that's why I want to leave you with the knowledge that Spain is promoting the summit that will be held this year and a collaborative network in the scientific standardization. This could be a first step in doing something together and united. 25 years is a long time. We have done so much. You have done so much. And I think perhaps you will say that we haven't done everything we wanted or everything we could do. But I would like to say that sadly, we are late. We are in fact 400 years late. Because if we had arrived 400 years earlier, we would have been able to help this famous gentleman here. You know who it is. This is Don Quixote. And you know he had a very specific diet of broths, and the ISAN and EFSA were not there at that time, but with a little bit of dietary reference value information, we would have been able to study the nutrition in this diet, and we would have known that it wasn't good. He would have had clinical insufficiency in almost every vitamin and mineral, and severe deficiencies in certain stress parameters. And this explains a little bit about his history, because the broken bones didn't come just from fighting. It was probably due to osteoporosis, a lack of phosphorus, the serophthalmia that caused his blindness. And when his heart was beating for Dulcinea, it's probably a potassium deficiency. We can't help him now, but we can help the future Don Quixotes and some of us Sancho Panzas with the round tummies. We will definitely help them. Anna and dear friends, allow me to finish off with just a personal thought that has nothing to do with food safety, but a lot to do with science. The European project is truly us. It is the us pronoun in a nutshell. We are experiencing times of polarization, nationalisms, conflicts, wars. And here I would like to bring the words of Nobel Prize winner Craig Mello, who says science is a unifying enterprise that joins us to solve problems, and science can overcome everything, but it's not just enough to have the knowledge, we also have to apply it. And I will finish with the words of Pope Leo, who said, at a historical time riddled with divisions and contradictions, feeling joined by collaboration is not just a beautiful ideal, it is a necessary call for action. We must not be complacent in covering our walls with posters. The time has come to renew the commitment that will have a positive impact on those who are hungry and who are expecting tangible action on our behalf. ISAN has produced the science, and we are all using them for everyone who will need them. So I would like to thank you, to those who are here today, to those who have been here in the past, and once again wish you a happy birthday. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Muito obrigado. Ha sido...
It's been a pleasure to listen to your presentation, and I think that nobody had analyzed Quixote's diet before, so this is the first time. So I turn the floor over now to Dr. Matthew Schuller. I apologize if I don't pronounce your name correctly. Who is the Director General of the Division of Science for the Assessment of the French Agency of Health Safety.
Also host from this conference. It's a helpful thanks to us, and that is my first thought about this invitation to this event. It's a great honor and also a pleasure to take part and being able to share ideas about what inspires us in the coming time about food safety and the way we have to interact and to play between science and society. ANSES is a bit younger brother to ASAN because we are only 15 years old. But in fact, when we look back in our roots, AFSA, which is part of ANSES history, has also been created at the occasion of the Mad Cow event that Carlos has mentioned. So we are sharing many things, but we are also hoping to be able to also to make the same type of event in 10 years' time. Just some word about ANSES for the ones who do not know it that well. It's a One Health agency. Our mission is to investigate, evaluate, in order to protect people, animals, and the environment. We are accountable to 4 ministries in charge of health, environment, labor, and agriculture, and we take in charge human health and safety, including food safety, which is a big part of our work, and also nutrition, animal health and welfare, and plant protection. Of course, as I am here at ISAN, I must say that food safety and nutrition, we see it as a global approach. I would say a farm to fork, if I can borrow this image from the European side, because we start very early until our plates. But we also go further, because we consider nutrition also including physical activities, what we do after having eaten. And tomorrow, it will also go further beyond, taking more and more environmental and planetary impact of food. We gather forces about risk knowledge, risk assessment, decision-making through different activities. Risk assessment is, of course, one of it. We also perform surveillance, monitoring, and vigilance, and we share some vigilance's interest. For example, in novel food, we work closely with ISAN. We also have research and reference lab, and we deliver market authorization, which is not the easiest things to do for a safety agency, about plant protection products, biocides, vet drugs, fertilizers. We are nearly 1,400 people strong, 800 external experts, 9 labs and 16 locations. What is also very important, and here to be seen very clearly, is we are very engaged with counterparts across Europe and worldwide. National agencies like ISAN or BFR, and I see many colleagues here. I meet at EFSA Forum or different occasions. European agencies, of course, EFSA, but not only, because the remit of ANSES is a bit wider than food safety, so we also have close contact with ECHA, EMA, in charge of drugs, EEA, in charge of environment. And this is a very tremendous need, I think, to maintain active connections between sister agencies. First reason, risk factors do not know borders. They do not need paper to cross them. And because also in the European system, we have both growing concern and growing constraints in terms of budget. So subsidiarity and complementarity is a source of collective efficiency. And of course, because the methodology and references, they have to be shared across borders. At ANSES, we pay much attention to our methodological and ethical framework with high scrutiny. We have set up collective panels like EFSA has done. We count on 800 university and scientific experts in 17 panels, also supplemented by specific working groups. We both consider the skills they do have and also the link of interest with weight with high scrutiny in order to be sure that there is no conflict of interest in front of us. And last point, we are fully transparent. All our conclusions and recommendations are published. And even though the experts do not agree among themselves, we also show the conclusion and the diverging opinions. So with that, we could think we are fully equipped for building confidence. But in fact, that's maybe not sufficient today. And that's what I want to share with you and to draw the route between science to policy and reverse a bit more in detail. Science to policy is our usual way of thinking, not only at ANSES, I think. It's a logical scheme. We start from knowledge. We set safety references and milestones. We calculate exposure, build scenarios, and then we let the risk manager add constraints and feasibility consideration to decide. It's probably the science as a lighthouse image that comes to my mind, and where some heritage of the Age of Enlightenment. But now, this, I would say, simple and straight way is confronted to different factors. Raise of societal concerns, For example, when there is this feeling about the public, within the public, that policies for nutrition are not efficient, we are seeing everywhere prevalence of obesity growing, nutrition-linked diseases growing, so there is must be something wrong there. When we have the emergency of endocrine disruption, has also been mentioned as a new hazard that could be more harmful, more suspicious, more bizarre compared to traditional ones than like carcinogenic or neurotoxicity. When the PFAS, which is a very technical term, become eternal pollutants, then everybody knows or understands what's up with these chemicals, or he thinks he understands, and it sheds a light on a huge group of substances far beyond the legacy PFAS that we all well know, the PFAS-4 from EFSA, namely. And much more deeply beyond these concerns, we all witness the distance that is taken with evidence and facts. It is not only now the matter, there have already been people who, and small communities of conspiracy theorists, but now it's growing. There are also people who feel abandoned by the public policies, I mean in general, not about food safety. And there are even some states that put as principle this distance with facts and evidences. So I think due to that, we have to make the way reverse, not only consider science to policy, but also consider policy to science, and better said, citizens and politics expectation towards science. Of course, the first reason is where science raises concern, being academic or being a safety agency, there is a huge need and feeling of protection with a strong expectation in terms of timelines, and that's where science sometimes needs for speed, but the speed of science is itself. It's not as quick as expected. And beyond these legitimate expectations, there are other factors. There is a growing importance of opinions. And I do not mean opinions that are published by EFSA or by ANSES or by BFR or ISAN. I mean opinions as they are weighted in the social sphere, within the social networks. I think today there is probably much more weight in the number of funds raised or down in some post anywhere, compared to the number of specialists or experts that you have in your panels to publish one opinion. So this we have to take into consideration. There is again this growing distance with facts and also the over-valorization of personal experience. In France, we have a special region in the West Indies where we have a historical problem with chlordecone, which is a pollutant, persistent pollutant. And there, every disease that emerges has one cause. Chlordecone, of course. And that, you cannot withdraw this conviction from the people. So for all these reasons, we have to go beyond the reasoning that science comes to policy. We have to make the reverse way. But as I am not a sociologist, I will prefer to share some examples with you. I have 2 or 3, depending on the time. The first one, I will deal about cholecalciferol. What is this substance? In fact, it's a substance that has been identified and confirmed as an endocrine disruptor. It has been done fully in accordance with the one substance, one assessment principle at European level. Within the biocide regulation, it's used for killing rats, for example. It's very efficient. It was also confirmed that this cholecalciferol is fully meeting the criteria defined by WHO, World Health Organization, about endocrine disruption. It has detrimental effect, it's endocrine active, and there is a link between the two. But then I have also to confess to you that cholecalciferol has another name, vitamin D. So it's not only a chemical substance, it's also an essential nutrient. Furthermore, at least in France, it's a nutrient with often inadequate level of intake. Maybe it's not much the case in Spain because we have much sun than we have, but nevertheless, there is a frequent need for supplementation. And that's why when we discussed about these topics in France, we received many contradictory pressure about this endocrine disruptor categorization, including from the medical community. They were fearing that if we label vitamin D as endocrine disruptor, people will avoid, forget supplementation, and maybe experience more disease. But we said scientifically, it's not possible to affirm the contrary. And so what are the lessons learned there? There is an overweight of the risk perception for this new endocrine disruption class. And that's the difficulty, in fact. That's what led to the pressure we received. And in fact, the endocrine disruption are not all complicated, complex, or vicious substances. Some of them have bizarre behavior. It's the case for vitamin D. First, it's a risk, there is benefit. Then there is a zone of exposure where it's neutral, and then you have an adverse effect, but which is at very high exposure. And this needs to be explained. The second lesson learned was that vitamin D is neither the first nor the last one substance that will be characterized as an ED, because we have only few that have been characterized at European level, and that there is many of the regulation they base on a ED ban system, but we will have to live with EDs, and they will need to be characterized, and that's why ANSES is calling for common risk assessment rules at European level. The other example I want to take, and that's why I take this one, because we have had also implicit cooperation with ISN on that, is ultra-processed food. As I mentioned, the feeling of incomplete or inadequate public policies for nutrition is growing, because we are all witnessing that there is a steadily growing prevalence of obesity and nutrition-linked diseases. And that's, of course, people see that there have been a diversity of regulatory tools put in place, traffic-like tools like Nutri-Score, nutritional recommendation, advertised, not so many tools on the offer side. Labeling, of course, but labeling on food is complex. Some taxation mechanism, like for sugar beverages, and few restrictions on advertising. So the nice idea was, okay, it should be the ultra-processed food whose fault is the cause, for the root cause for that. Why this ultra-processed food came to the table? Probably because, as for ethanol pollutants, the terms is rather well taken by the media, but in fact there is a problem. Two problems, in fact. The first one is food process and food safety is also coming. Food safety is coming partly from processes. That has been also shown by Carlos in his map. Raw milk is not that sure. Child milk is also corresponds to ultra-processed food criteria. And there were also many questions about available studies, but we were pushed to produce an opinion on that. And so confronted to the question raised by supervising ministries, by members of parliament in France that wanted absolutely to regulate this ultra-processed food, we have a mandate. We received a mandate. So that's where we were very happy that we could start with the help of the work performed by ISN. We added some weight of evidence approach showing some interesting signal, but we must conclude that these existing classification methods show too much inconsistencies to be used directly as support for decision making. So what are the lessons learned? Again, there is a usefulness of sharing existing works. That's the basic, and it's important if a different agency can share that. There is a need for a consistent classification methodology. And also, but that's a more personal thought, this classification that we have seen, they were performed by people in universities, that's a good thing, but they did not embark industry side who is at the origin of changing the processes. So that's also a challenge to go. Maybe the last item, I will not develop it. It was PFAS in the food chain. Just some quick lesson learned and some strong words here. PFAS has become a family as soon as it has been named eternal chemicals or forever chemicals. Forever chemicals, it's the FC, the fluorocarbon liaison. And of course, if it's correct that it was used as a grouping within the REACH regulation, it's not therefore that it can be considered as a family like dioxins that have the same effects. There are too many chemicals there, more than thousands, and we have spent 1.5 years gathering 2 million data, about 150 of them. We thought we have done a big work, in fact, not so much. When you consider the PFAS 20 of the Drinking Water Directive, half of them have been thoroughly worked on by safety agency, and half of them never. So that's, there is a need for subsidiarity and avoiding duplication. That's why we created, with help of EFSA and colleagues here, this PFAS initiative. And also there is a need there to imagine other way to make epidemiology, toxicology. These are slow processes. But PFAS, they are here from some years already. So maybe we could have some idea about, are they really dangerous when comparing environmental data and health data. So that's something that we have to think at. Last point, to be on schedule and in time, so some concluding remarks. I think if we want to better understand the reversed wave, science to policy, policy to science, we have to include or enhance interaction with stakeholders in the governance schemes of agencies. At ANSES, we have committee dialogues and other this type of items. And where possible, we also add socioeconomic analysis to risk assessment procedures. Why doing this? It's just to avoid that risk assessment is perceived as performed from an ivory tower, the experts being there, the real world being 10 kilometers further. Of course, we have to keep in mind that expertise processes have to be secured from external influence. So it's not because you interact with stakeholders that they have to be at every step within the process. And of course, we have also, at the end of the process, to devote sufficient time with the necessary humility to explain the scientific complexity. That's our role. Second point is that we have to keep close relation between key players and further enhance them, both at national level and between national, European, and international level, especially in terms of methodologies and references. Why? In fact, because when we are showing discrepancies between both in risk assessment and risk management, it leads to mistrust. And of course, citizens, they are very quick now with social networks, internet, and so on. They know very quickly what is done across the frontiers. It's not like in 1986 when Chernobyl occurred. It took some time to know where the radioactivity gone. So that's the second thought. Keep and enhance cooperation with sisters, both at national and European level. The third point is, of course, we are facing sometimes uncertainties because the scientific data are incomplete. And there we have to make a confidence pact with the risk manager, because sometimes they say, okay, I do not have scientific data, I wait. But no, that's not, and it prevents to make early decisions. That's where transparency about uncertainties is very important, and we have to share the knowledge and start and promote starting the action. And last but not least, again, I'm coming back to this data question, because all you know is that if you have no data, you cannot have no good expertise and no good results. But we probably have to think at other way to collect a new way of crossing data, under the FAIR principle, of course. Because massive data analysis is directly derived from the real life. So when you have this connection between science and real life as a perception, it's important that to be able to show example. There have been in France a situation about papillomavirus vaccination. And massive data analysis shown that there was no tremendous situation due to that, and it helped to convince. That's where we have to perform crossing environmental data and health data. And last but not least, concerning data, of course, we like to consider scientific data, but with devices like smartphones and so on, we also could rely on more and diverse and a high number of crowdsourcing data also that could, and if we can embark them in there, I think also the confidence in what we are doing could be changed. Again, following these remarks and suggestions, I thank you and wish you a very happy birthday, Anna, and all colleagues, and happy to lead the floor.
Dr. Is there the micro? Yeah. Dr. Schuler, cher Mathieu, merci pour votre présence ici, pour votre présentation. Ahora tiene la palabra.
Now we turn the floor over to Tedes Tralau, the Vice President of the German Federal Institute for Risk Assessment, the BFR. I don't dare to pronounce the name in German.
Is BFR? How's it the acronym?
BFR.
Yeah, but in German, please.
Bundesinstitut für Risikobewertung.
Okay,
It's
thank
too
you.
difficult.
Thank you.
About it. My father was a German teacher, and I think German is one of the most difficult language to learn as a foreign language. If I wasn't born as a native speaker, I wouldn't learn it. So my full understanding, and happy birthday from us in Germany to you as well. And many of the points raised before already showed it, that actually when it comes to food crisis and crisis in general in terms of consumer protection, they don't know borders, and so close cooperation there is more important than in many other fields. It's comparable to the medical sector actually, and that's why we know each other so well and try to maintain a good contact, and we're really happy to be here and congratulate you to your 25th anniversary. So after Carlos basically talked about the general issues and challenges that we had, and Mathieu very nicely put out some of the scientific challenges we are dealing with, I thought, okay, it's best to focus then on something that they both didn't touch on, and that is actually the issue that Mathieu briefly introduced as science to politics and politics to science. Because in our times, that's one of the biggest challenges that we face in our everyday business, and I think where most of the issues that are perceived for European consumers actually occur in the moment. So a little bit about BFR, if you don't know it. We are in Germany the protection agency for human health, basically from food, feed, and chemicals and chemical substances. We have around 1,200 staff. We produce a lot of scientific opinions and journal publications each year, so the public opinions are around 4,000. We have our own budget, and we are independent and have laboratories where we conduct our own research. We are quite young. Actually, we will have our 25th anniversary next year. The institution as such, of course, is older. We are a child of the BSE crisis, and were then founded in the portfolio of the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Regional Identity in order to get a clear separation between risk assessment and risk communication and risk management. And I will briefly introduce that this is an idea which in general works well, but which has of course crossroads as well, where the two intertwine and intersect. We are independent by law in our scientific assessments, in the research and the communication. And our objective that we put to ourselves is that we want to have the best qualified scientific assessment possible, free from legitimate influence from politics, business, and society. And the results expected from us are that we have a clear responsibility regarding decisions and conflicts, control of the dissonance between interdisciplinary expert systems, and the orientation of our information from a neutral party and structured procedures. So basically, if you would like to put it into a nutshell, for politics and society as well, we are the place to go when there is cause for concern, at least in terms of toxicological health safety. What do we do? If you look at risk analysis, the components that it comprises are the assessment of hazards, of course, which is the identification of hazards. That is the issue that is normally picked up really by the press and then where the public opinion is formed upon. Then comes the second point, which is often usually a little bit neglected in the public discussion, that is the exposition and the exposure to the consumer, because actually that is what will constitute then the real risk, and it's a characterization of a disease or a hazard, and then the estimate for the risk of this disease or death or quantitative or qualitative measures and risks. Then comes the management, and I said for the pure management, that's not our business and not our concern, but of course we provide advice on balance of options for actions, and we provide advice on strategies and catalogs of measures and the legal requirements which are included. And actually that comes in our day-to-day business if we talk about substances like chlorcalciferol, vitamin D, PFAS, or a very recent example, ethanol as a biocide, because there it's the same. Everyone who likes to drink a good glass of beer and wine knows, of course, if you do it in measure, it's something to enjoy. If you overdo it, you risk cancer. And there we come into exactly the same problem. Carcinogenic substances are actually in some legislations not allowed to be used, but then at the same time, ethanol is one of the most effective disinfectants that we know, which of course then causes issues. And we are in charge of the communication and the exchange of information in terms of the science, the competent authorities, industry, politics, and the consumers and stakeholders. Now, we are here to talk about food, and for the food chain, this whole network surrounding it is particularly complex. So we have one part which basically here is labeled in the upper left corner is science, technology, and industry, where we have an increasingly new processes, new scientific knowledge, new technologies, new processing and distribution. Then we have the information, so what the media make out of it, the communication, the interests of different consumer groups, stakeholders in that, and the export roles. And then we have the economic interests, with the trade chains, supply and demand, income levels, globalization. Carlos touched upon that. Then, of course, the environmental impact. And then on the other side, because there will be no food without agriculture, we have the plant and animal health systems, the productivity systems, the biodiversity, and we have the public health welfare, the culture, the demography, and that is something that we see which gets increasingly difficult to put into your risk assessments, because we all know we are living in times where people travel a lot, and with this travel and the cultural breaking down of cultural differences, we have a change of food habits and actually a diversification of food habits, which of course then have to be reflected in the assessments. If you would have gone to Germany 20 years ago and would have asked what people eat as a side dish, most of them would have said potatoes. Today you will find the whole variety, from quinoa to rice to everything else, and that of course reflects then how you assess your risks. That's the aspect of consumer behavior. And then you have the government and the politics, and you have to put all that together. And with the changes in the feed and the food chain and the emergence of foodborne diseases, we have the challenges that come with that as well, which is that people actually become more aware of the risk that there might be by diseases of food or imported food, and that of course causes friction as well. We have changes in fruit production, not only when it comes to the starting trend of using insects, but for many other things as well. And we have, in most of the European countries, changes in the population. We have aging populations, and at the same time immigration, which of course then has a different way of consuming and preparing food as well. And if you then look at it from the political side, politics has to manage that. They have to meet the expectations that are in there. And because that has become more and more complicated, they can then do, in our days, even less with scientific expertise than they could have done some years ago. And that, of course, is a huge issue, because you not only have to translate what you do into speak that everyone understands and examples that everyone understands, but you have to also be able to understand where they are coming from. And the legislation as such has become an important consumer and addressee of expertise. So when you look at all the new legislation that is now put into place, most of it requires a lot of scientific input in advance, and to be honest, when it's implemented as well, because there's hardly any legislation in the moment that really fits all needs. And then when these legislative proposals go to parliaments and governments, they are increasingly confronted not only with the stakeholders and the opinions of the stakeholders, but also with complex issues in the drafting laws and an intertwinement actually of laws that we hardly oversee anymore. In many cases, we only find out after we implemented some laws that there were some other laws feeding into that and that are actually dependent on that, and then you have to look at it again. And that, of course, is something where we try to provide the best advice possible in advance. And the criteria for good scientific practice there, Mathieu already laid them out, is transparency at every single stage, full disclosure, impartiality, and then autonomy when you do your scientific opinion. Some of the issues that really emerged there are the differentiation and the necessary differentiation between real emerging and perceived risks. So, because if you look at the public discourse, it's very often perceived risks that dominate the discussion. And you have still to take care of the real risks. Food hygiene, for example, is a real good example. Hardly present in the public discussion, still, at least in Germany, now the barbecue season starts again, one of the main reasons for concern when you look really at medical emergencies and medical cases. And when we deal with these risks and basically provide advice on that, we try to do that in consensus, and most of the time we are pretty successful there. Actually, the differences we have in the scientific community, they are there, but they are not huge. That takes into account then the EFSA's scientific assessments, the assessments of our sister and partner agencies, such as ESAN as well, and other legitimate factors such as social, cultural, ethical, political, environmental factors that play into that as well. And then the actors that basically benefit from this advice and have to have the very difficult task of making a common policy out of that and a common management, that's then the European Commission, mainly DG Santé, but the others as well, the standing committees and the member state representatives. And the risk management options actually are very limited normally. You all can either take no action, you can make and construct legislation for certain products, you can ban a dangerous product, which of course always is the easy way to go, but then comes with problems afterwards. We have that now in the full discussion with the PFAS, because the temptation is there to say, let's get rid of all of them, but if you do that, then it's of course no solar panels and no wind turbines anymore as well, so we will have to find a solution there. And you can do consumer recommendations and you can raise awareness. But that, of course, requires that you have a way of communicating into the public that really fits those needs and target groups. And if we are honest, the classical way of communicating was to put all that, what I just said, so the consumer products, the chemical substances, biological substances, food and feed, and everything you have done on that into one opinion, and then basically publish it on your web page or in paper or in any other means, and hope that all the stakeholders make the best out of it. And while those opinions have not lost their value and they're still very valuable to politics, the reality is that when it comes to the perception of all the different stakeholders, they're not really fit for purpose. If you want to have something that is really fit for purpose there, then you have to level that to your target groups. So you basically have to find different ways of communicating to the politics and administration, so to the central state authorities, the federal state authorities, the local authorities, then to the economy and the civil society. They have different needs in what they want to know and how they want it explained and by which channels and media they want to know it. And that includes not only industrial associations and consumer associations, but of course also the non-profit organizations and academic and scientific institutes. And then you have the public as such, which are individual citizens and media. And that's why we are just in the moment basically enlarging our portfolio with communication formats. And I think that's one of the biggest challenges that we all have. And there's one even bigger challenge, which I would put here into the room. We are still too slow. If you would look for the classical communication timeline that we had previously, we were proud a few years back when we had it in 4 days' time. Now, if we really try hard, we can do it in 24 hours. At the same time, we all know if you want to catch fake news out there in the internet, you have 2 to 6 hours. And that, of course, really is in complete contradiction to how governments and governmental organizations think, because they want to have it checked, they want to have all their information go through a hierarchy, so they have full credibility behind it. And that is really something we will see in the future, that we will have to discuss about how to communicate efficiently, more quickly, and more targeted-oriented. And with that, I try to stay in time. I come to the end and say happy birthday once more.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Vielen Dank. Is correct in German? Vielen Dank? Okay. Dr. Tralau, hacemos una breve...
We are going to take a coffee break now, and we will resume at 12 sharp. Please be on time so that we can stick to the agenda. And the speakers, please, if you can come to the stage, we are going to take a group photo, a family photo.
speak in order to check if we can hear you?
Anna.
¿Quién presenta?
Ana Rivas.
Ahí yo creo que no.
A ver. Fran.
Está en el baño. Vale, sí. Vale, sácala. Aunque la hacemos en formato.
Bueno, buenas tardes. Continuamos.
Hello again. We will now resume our event. We're going to be hearing from Vicente Calderón, head of the Risk Assessment section of the Spanish Food Safety and Nutrition Agency, the AESAN. And whenever I take part in an event, I have to say this. Without his work, without his help, the scientific committee would not do the work that it does so successfully. So I would like to thank him, and also Ricardo, María Ángeles, Eduardo, Paula, and Lucia. Thanks to all of you for your hard work.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning, everyone.
Goedemorgen. Goedenavond. And so on. Buenos días.
Good morning. In short, I'm going to be presenting about risk assessment, the risk assessment work carried out by our scientific committee in AESAN. Our agency was created roughly at the same time as other European agencies, food safety agencies, including EFSA. I've taken these dates from the internet, so forgive me if I've made any mistakes. We have 3 offices, one in Madrid, the headquarters, and 2 laboratories, one in Majadahonda, with the National Food Centre, and the Marine Biotoxin Laboratory in Vigo. They're both benchmarks in food safety at the national level and also at the EU level in the case of the Biotoxin Laboratory. The law that gave rise to the creation of the agency was dated from 2001, which indicated that a scientific committee would be created to produce scientific decisions in food safety and nutrition. But our committee was established in 2003. It's an important year because it's when the human genome sequence was completed, the WHO alerted of coronavirus known as SARS, and it also produced a Nobel Peace Prize, as well as Fernando Alonso winning his Formula One prize, which is a less scientific achievement. And Carlos Alcaraz was born. That's one of our first scientists. I'm not sure if we can achieve such a great level of success as Carlos. This is our scientific committee and the way it was created. The regulations specify certain aspects. Our committee comprises 20 members, 20 experts who are selected and appointed for 3 years, and this is a renewable period. They spend 3 years with us, and if they wish to, they can spend another 3. They have to produce a statement of interest and update it in case of any changes. They must abstain from any communication activities unless expressly authorized to do so by the agency, and they receive no remuneration. That's a very specific characteristic of our committee. They don't receive any financial retribution for the work they do. We only reimburse their travel expenses as you would a civil servant. So the hotel has to be 65 euros or less, which in Madrid is extremely difficult. Everything is prohibited. It's all too difficult to approve. And Eduardo is in charge of battling in this regard. But as I was saying, there's no financial compensation for being a member of the committee. The scientific committee operates under the demands, mandates, and requests of the agency. It does not produce voluntary reports, but it can propose reports regarding topics that it considers to be of interest. The committee expresses itself and communicates through ISAN Scientific Committee reports, and we have a formula to include groups of experts who do not produce reports on the committee but who are somehow linked. And so we're beginning to open up and explore this interaction with other experts. Naturally, having just 20 members, we sometimes lack expertise in certain fields, and so where necessary, we reach out to an expert in nanotechnology, for instance, and we include them in the work of the committee. In terms of the criteria applied to select members of the committee, there are 4 criteria: excellence, which can be measured through classical indicators in terms of articles, participation in projects, and so on. Independence, they must not belong to the scientific committee if they are risk managers working for other companies, for consultancy firms, and so on, because they would have certain external interests other than purely academic and scientific interests. This is very important because the committee and the agency has a series of competencies, and it is up to the committee to fulfill the tasks expected of it. There is no point if an expert who is extremely specialized in a determined field that we never request reports from because they are assessed through other systems or because they don't belong to the scope of the agency. So it wouldn't make sense to have someone here for 6 years if they're not actually able to, if they're not suitable. That's why suitability is important. It's a multidiscipline committee, which means that on our committee we have experts in a variety of different fields: nutrition, toxicology, microbiology. And we've included inspiration in AFSCA with a question mark there because we visited a series of different scientific committees, and we believe that AFSCA boasts a model where they have, I think, about 22 experts. There are 20 of us, and I'm not sure whether they sit on separate panels or they're a multidisciplinary approach, but we think that someone was inspired by AFSCA when they created our statutes, our bylaws for our committee, because on the 20th anniversary we'll be hearing from the person who designed those bylaws and we'll be able to ask them. Other agencies, other countries have specific panels for toxicology, for microbiology, and so on. In terms of these specific panels, I'd like to highlight a very interesting document produced by the BFR. We are so grateful for this production because it sets out the details of each country, which is a difficult thing to do because Europe and the world are extremely diverse, but it establishes the details of who is competent for assessment, for management, for communication, and this works completely differently in each different country, so we greatly appreciate that work that they do. And perhaps in the future this could include the assessment models that they apply. Do they use panels? Do they use multidisciplinary committees? And it would be interesting to see the systems applied in each different country. This is our scientific committee as it stands today and the different specialities and that the members of the committee belong to. There is a common characteristic that they all share. It's not the fact that they wear glasses, because actually I can only see about 4 of them who do. They don't all wear beards. In fact, there was only one and he shaved it off. But what is special about our scientific committee? What really stands out? Well, one aspect is the sheer number of women on the committee. This has not always been so. We currently have 16 women and 4 men on our committee, but the first scientific committee was comprised of 17 men and 3 women, and that was in 2003. We're not talking eons ago. We don't apply any gender parity criteria, any criteria related to qualification. It's whether or not they have the right experience that we're looking for at that time. And of course, we try to combine and balance out the number of experts in nutrition, the experts in microbiology. We try to keep things balanced, but the gender of the candidates is never taken into consideration, and yet we still have this high number of women. It is true that more women apply to become members of our committee than men. The picture you can see at the top there is the picture of the first scientific committee. It has been scanned because we don't have the original. And the people who are surrounded with a circle were members of the scientific committee. And you can see the chairwoman and the director, who was a woman. So in terms of the top management, we had 2 women at the head of the scientific committee, but then there were only 3 women within the committee as scientists. And I'm looking now at Lucia Martorell because she's our psychologist expert, because there are some reports and some publications that state that women are more likely than men to stand as volunteers for tasks that don't involve any personal financial gain. I'm no expert in this matter, but it's an interesting thought. And it's also very interesting to see the interview that was conducted with our president of the scientific committee on the occasion of the day to celebrate women and men in science. Women and children in science. Our committee is responsible for assessment, for management and communication. There are large agencies that specialize only in assessment, but we do all 3, as I'm sure other agencies do as well. Our assessment is done for the purpose of management, in order to enable managers to base their first steps on a sound assessment. That's why naturally we make assessments in order to take management decisions. In terms of the requests that we receive on our scientific committee, some of them seek to prove compliance with the regulations. Here are some examples. We have royal decrees, which are Spanish regulations establishing that in order to commercialize, to market a product, you have to seek authorization from ISN, and it requires a report from the scientific committee to validate the use of that product. These are food products and other products that have a national application. Previously, the scientific committee would support novel foods when the member states required them to do so, but this is no longer the case. So this is the bulk of the work that we do in order to provide our assessment service when managers need a report prior to being able to authorize a product or food. There are also other reports, the majority of them in fact, which are requests for assessment reports so that managers are able to take management measures. And we have certain reasons. There are certain reasons why they might want this preliminary assessment to help them in their management decisions. And here is an example that dates from the 1950s and 60s in Asia, where there was a project to improve the living conditions of the population, to reduce hunger and things like this. This was the 4 Plagues project, where they considered if we reduce or if we exterminate mice, rats, mosquitoes and sparrows, we will be able to ensure that the crops are more available for our population. So by killing 1 million sparrows, we will be able to feed 60,000 people. So this campaign was carried out, and millions of sparrows were killed. And the result of killing all these birds was that there were no birds to eat the insects that ate the crops. And so the result was much worse, and it led to starvation. So our risk management professionals are, of course, very sensible people, and they don't want issues like that, which is why they entrust the scientific committee to produce reports. We have, for instance, one report about the conditions to preserve fruits that have been cut in half in retail, such as a watermelon or a melon that you will see in the fruit shops, in the grocery stores in Spain, and they're then covered in cling film. And there can be risks at the time when they are cut, and if they're not preserved correctly. So the scientific committee was entrusted the task of establishing what conditions they could be in, for how long, at what temperature. And this resulted in a regulation. Another report on fruits and vegetables was concerning fruits and vegetables that may pose a risk of deterioration because of the packaging. There is a policy in Europe and internationally to reduce packaging. Where possible, we must avoid the use of packaging. So the Scientific Committee produced a report, and it is being studied at the moment because it's currently in the public consultation process, where the idea was to determine what can be packaged because it is essential that it be packaged, and where the packaging can be reduced. And then these decisions, these measures, can be taken based on the report by the Scientific Committee. Our agency also has a special characteristic, which is that we are AESAN, the Spanish Food Safety and Nutrition Agency. That's why our Scientific Committee not only assesses the risk related to food supplements, for instance, but we also work in the sphere of nutrition and public health. We produced a report on dietary recommendations taking into account the environmental impact and sustainability. This has led to a series of recommendations issued by the agency on healthy and sustainable diets, and this has been published. We also produce reports that target populations concerning which we don't have much information, because conclusions sometimes require more information. Here we have two reports, one on the nutritional status of migrant populations in Spain. There are many million people in Spain coming from different countries, and usually diet studies don't include these people because of language barriers. And this is also complex because they don't have the same nutritional habits. Even within the migrant population, there are so many differences. They may not be inscribed in the census. And so there is a lack of information concerning many millions of people in these populations. There are also certain social groups, such as people with visual impairments. They have specific food-related aspects to do with cooking and buying certain foods. And they are surely underrepresented in dietary surveys because that might usually just include a general population atlas. And so we produced reports about specific groups where there is a lack of information. We also have an example here that it was very striking for us, which was a report by the Scientific Committee, which ended up in modifying a European Union level regulation. And this even had an impact in the Codex Alimentarius. It was a report on the risk of trichinosis in certain pigs, in suckling pigs in very specific breeding areas and times. And as a result of this report by the Scientific Committee, the European regulation was produced, and then there is also a codex rule as a result of this. Much of the work that we do is also about technological coadjuvants. There are many requests in this regard. And we have national regulations, as I was saying earlier, requesting an assessment report to ensure the quality of a product that is being brought to market. I would like to thank AFSA, or ANSYS, because we base our work largely on their publications. They're probably the country that most works on coadjuvants. Our reports are published on the website. They are published in a magazine format twice a year. They are translated fully into English. We traveled around different agencies, and it turns out that if you don't publish your reports in English in the European Union, it's like you don't exist, you're not on the radar. We have a portal to access all of this information. And we have the Food Risk Assess Europe, which we publish in English as well, so it's very easy to send out. And it gives us a great deal of visibility. We're really grateful for this because if people go, if people access EFSA, they see us there. We try to send our reports out as much as possible and to disseminate them, so we carry out public presentations. You can see one on energy drinks, another on nutritional, on diets, sustainable diets, another in nutritional risks for women during menopause. Some reports are published in scientific journals, which is also done in AFSA, in the Belgian authority. So ultimately, we're trying to really disseminate and give visibility to the reports we produce. We also meet outside Madrid, not just because we like it, but also because this increases our visibility. Not everything is based in Madrid, and it's nice for the scientific committee and the agency to be seen elsewhere. And we organize events. For instance, this year, we had an event on reports concerning social aspects, because there is also a social component of our committee. We held an event last year on climate change related reports, and of course on the anniversary. And we will be 25 years soon. We'll be turning 25, so we'll celebrate that as well. These people who work on an altruistic basis, but with great enthusiasm, and we're so grateful for what they do, are the ones who have made this possible and who continue to make it possible. And the secret is the commitment, their engagement. And I think that seeing the results of your scientific work so instantly reflected in the shape of a recommendation, a regulation, a policy, can be quite appealing for a scientist, because you may be doing a lot of research and you may be publishing articles, but seeing the actual fruit of your recommendations is not always so palpable, and this time, and here it is. In risk assessment, we're also very interested in how to manage experts and how to manage the scientific production that these experts create. There are very few of us who do this within the European Union, very few scientific committees who manage our experts. And so we're very interested in this concept of management. And we've invited many agencies, like the Irish agency and the Belgian agency, who a few years ago published in a scientific journal certain aspects on how to manage these experts. We also carried out a visit to different scientific committees several years ago. It was 6 committees in 6 days, and especially with ANSES, and that they're at a whole different level. And I will finish off soon. I'm going to wrap up. We include knowledge of our existence in master's courses and in the universities. You will find a lot of literature about the wars and how they affect us, but it's important to understand what the European Union represents for us. It's the ability to peacefully but collaboratively share a common forum, a common ground. And there the role of EFSA is crucial. The ambassadors, which are the people we reach out to seeking information for our scientific committee. There's also the EUFORA scholarships, inviting researchers to our agency, and that for us is so enriching and so interesting. On our website, we also include links to all of the agencies that we find produce interesting reports, and there are true treasures that you won't find in another search engine. We love the Norwegian agency. We have found reports in the EFSA that have solved some of our really urgent issues, so we love it. And also with our Latin American peers, the same is true. Thank you so much. That's all from me. Thanks to all of you who make this possible. And forgive me, Lucia, because I put psychosocial risks, and it's actually psychosocial aspects. We're the ones with the risks. You're working on the aspects, and I'm very much aware of that. But Lucia studies our colleagues, and thanks also to Ricardo López, Paula Arabal, Eduardo Cantalejo, María Ángeles Carlos. Eduardo is the Superman who's organizing all of this. Thank you so much.
Bueno, mientras sube.
While the next speaker comes to the stage, what can I say about Vicente? I cannot resist. Vicente, for us, he is a father and a benchmark for many generations. We've been looking at his work. It's a pleasure to work with him. He knows the world of risk assessment in food safety better than anyone, takes care of the committee really with a lot of care, and he knows a lot, and he teaches all of us at the agency to think differently, to address things in a different way. So I have to say that, Vicente, it's been a pleasure after my whole life with you. Now in the executive management of Exane, he is a key element, because not only of what he knows, his wisdom, because because of his approach as well. And we love what you do, and we are turning lots of things into reality, and we are working very much. We're working a lot on making a huge effort, but it's really a pleasure. And Vicente is an example and a role model and a professor for all of us. So here we are, Vicente, and I thank you again for today's presentation and also for your mentoring.
Perdón, sorry. Hacemos ahora...
Okay, now we turn the floor over to the next speaker. Well, I got nervous with Vicente and I got carried away. We turn the floor over to Dr. Tore Tollesrud, more or less. He is the director of the Norwegian Scientific Committee for Food and the Environment. VKM, I cannot pronounce the acronym.
Invitation to be here and speak to you all. Happy birthday. As has been stated here, we're all children of the same family, I think, after the European legislation was changed 25 years ago. After numerous scandals, there was a need to do something. So many of these scientific committees and independent risk assessment associations have been celebrating 20 and 25 years. So we've got a few to go. We had 20 years celebration last year. I'm the director of VKM. That is the Norwegian Scientific Committee for Food and Environment. And I think environment is something that sets us a little bit apart from some of the others. We do work on some aspects on the environment in addition to food and food production. So One Health approach to as much as we can. We're a small organization in a small country without laboratories, but we have quite a strong impact nationally, and we systemize, assess, and synthesize knowledge from all around the world, not only based on national things. I know many of you are from large countries, also in the global south here today, and we heard from the big institutions in continental Europe. I'm from a small country far up north, and I'll just say a few words on how we do things our way up there, maybe to inspire someone on something. So what we do, we're an independent scientific committee, and I think independence has been a thread we hear about today. We work on food safety, animal health, and the environment. We provide independent risk assessments, and we deliver. Most of our assignments are given by the Norwegian Food Safety Authority and Norwegian Environmental Agency, but there are also other public authorities involved. But we have no labs, no risk management, and we stay in arm's length from politics. So Norway is not a member of the European Union. We're outside the EU, but we're inside the scientific collaboration. So we are part of the European Union systems in one sense, but we're not a member of the Union. We work closely with EFSA. I'm on the EFSA advisory board as director of VKM, and also the director of the Food Safety Authority is on the management board of EFSA. And we work closely with EFSA, have always done, and it's a good collaboration that I'll say a bit more about. VKM is the national contact point for EFSA in Norway. So I'll say a few more things about how we relate to EFSA's model, although because we have integrated a lot of EFSA's work points into VKM, so it's not spread on different agencies in Norway. Much of it is contained in VKM. As I said, we're the focal point. I'm a member of the advisory forum. The work on risk communication is in VKM. Many of the members, Norwegian members of the scientific networks, are members or staff members also of VKM. We organize the Article 36 organizations. We are the network contact point for them. We also have the contacts to the national stakeholders in different aspects. And this is a bit, I think I don't say it's unique, but it's one of the few places where we actually have all this together. We sit together in the same room setting, and it makes getting EFSA things done in a Norwegian setting is I won't say it's streamless or smooth, but it's easier than some other places. We are organized a bit like EFSA ourselves. I think that was the model they looked at when they set us up 20 years ago. So we have interdisciplinary competence. We have about 120 scientific members on our scientific board. They're actually paid in Norway, opposed to Spain. They're paid per the hour. We have 10 scientific panels on different scientific aspects. Our members are employees of different research institutes in Scandinavia, mostly universities and colleges. They represent themselves they don't represent their institution when they're a member of our panel. So they only represent themselves, and that is quite important. We're run by a secretariat with 23 people at the moment, situated in Oslo, and we organize and run these 10 scientific panels and 120 members, and also do some of the work ourselves. We don't do research and we don't have labs, so that's a bit different. We're an independent institution. We are not governed by any ministry, and we don't have a board, so we're separated from politics. So we're, in fact, a knowledge hub. We're not a research institute. So we don't produce our data. We produce insight instead. We review research, we compare studies, we assess uncertainties, we give scientific assessments to our government authorities who then use this for developing regulations, for risk management and policy decisions. We stay away from that, so they use our assessments for their work. And there's sometimes you would want to give advice to the policymakers more hands-on, but we try to draw the line quite firmly where we give a scientific background and they do their management. Although we are national, we use, of course, global knowledge to produce this national advice. As everybody, we go in the literature through all channels available, find reports and peer-reviewed studies to use and to get information from. We use international assessment methods. Some of them were shown here. We align that with best practice. We have then these 10 multidisciplinary expert groups, and there are 120 people divided by 10, so there are 10 or 12 in each group. But sometimes we don't have the exact exact expertise to get the job done, and we can also go out and find external experts and put them in our project groups that work on the report. So although we have 120 people on contract, we can also go out and find experts in specific fields if we need that. And I think the trend is that we're doing that more and more because things are so specialized. Everything is open, documentation is open, traceable, public. That's the whole cornerstone for our work. Transparency, as many of you others have, is the foundation for trust. So you can go into vkm.no and find not only the reports, but also the background material, the methodology, the scripts. Everything is published there. I'll show you now an example. You know, it seems sometimes you think that you can have an international panel that will solve all these. Something happened here. You can have an international panel that will solve many of these issues, but there are always national. There are always national things. There's a national diet. We heard about immigrants in part of some countries that have a special diet. We have, thank you. We have climate differences. The climate of northern Norway is slightly different than southern Spain. There is environmental factors that are different between countries and regions. So there is a, sorry, jumped the gun there a bit. So there is a need for national assessments. So this is one that I showed. I don't know, maybe even Carlos remembers it. This is a report we did on a new disease in reindeer. So reindeer are found in some of the Nordic countries, wild reindeer only in Norway. So there wasn't much to find in the literature on this. A new prion disease comes up. These deer are hunted for food. They co-graze with sheep. There were quite a few issues when it comes to how do you handle this new disease. So the food safety authorities asked VKM to come up with an assessment. So actually this is the first one. I think there were 5 of these on this specific disease. And the thing about us, we cover the whole chain: animal health and welfare, food safety, ecology, environmental issues, and long-term effects. So this was done by us over these reports over 2, 3, 4 years. The result was also used in the management of this disease, and more than 2,000 reindeer were shot, taken out of the mountains. There was a controversy, but the controversy would have been huge if we didn't have this scientific opinion to back it up. Some other examples, we have cumulative impacts of co-occurring non-native species. We work on non-native species quite a lot, see how they impact the environment, and also they could impact spread of disease, zoonosis, and other things. We work on antimicrobial resistance, both in the environmental perspective and also in a One Health perspective. We did a large one on forestry and the impact of climate. We did benefit risk assessment of fish in Norwegian diet. We eat a lot of fish in Norway, as you do in some other countries as well. Some of our fish is from the North Atlantic, Arctic, some of the fish is from the rivers. This whole thing has been assessed, and I think the overall conclusion can be found there, but I think it's still found to be a benefit of eating fish. We also, somebody mentioned the grill season coming in. There are many aspects when it comes to grilled and barbecued food that also have an impact, can have an impact on health. So these are just examples. We have published about 700 over the last 20 years. All can be found, vkm.no, go and find them. They're all published in English, or there might be a few Norwegian, but if you want any impact, you have to publish in English, as was said. That's just the way. People don't read Norwegian mostly. So they're all in English on the website. go and have a read. So we go beyond food as one of the few risk assessors in this family. We also look at biodiversity and trade. We look at endangered species and sustainable trade. We are we are the scientific authority for CITES. That is the Convention of International Trade of Endangered Species of Wild Flora and Fauna. So we are the scientific authority in Norway, and we provide assessments for decisions on trade of these species, and that's import and export. So and that complements some of the other work we do on the environmental and biodiversity work. And national politics and priorities shape the risk assessments. I would say the politics don't shape the assessment, but they are a part of what determines what the government wants us to work on. We focus on safe food for the whole population, animal health and animal welfare, and antimicrobial resistance, in particular in the environment, and then links between food and environment. So this is trying to have a bit of a holistic view. You should think that many of our reports are very broad, but in fact many of them are quite narrow, as they tend to be, because there are specific questions asked by the authorities. And one of the problems, I think, at the moment is to get the different sectors, departments of health, environment, food, to work together and create good assignments for us like VKM. They easily get sectorized, and that's one of the big problems of the One Health approach, is that you need to have this also at the higher political level, and that's sometimes a challenge. And I think trust and transparency, that is where we started 20-25 years ago. There was a lack of that, I think, also in all countries, and the creation of the likes of VKM and you and your others are to first regain that. I think we've done that, and then to keep it going. But trust is trust in government systems and trust in scientific assessments is challenged, and you can lose trust quite easily if you aren't careful and walk the narrow path of it. So we need strong scientific networks, we need independent experts, clear roles, transparency, open access to reports, independence from policy decisions, and international collaboration and information as we have here today. And I think in particular with what we see in the world today on many levels and many fields is with this geopolitical instability, we are more needed than ever to provide sound scientific assessments. So with that, thank you. You'll find all this on vkm.no. Go in there and have a good read. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Dr. Tojes Rat. TAC, is correct TAC? Yes? Yeah? Okay. Ahora intervendrá el doctor.
We will now be hearing from Dr. Axel Moroy, Director of the Risk Assessment Division of the Belgian Agency for Food Safety.
Thanks for this nice presentation. Thanks for the invitation, and congrats for your anniversary. Those who do not remember the past, who cannot remember the past, are condemned to repeat it. Here are the few words I started with about 1 year ago during one event marking the 25-year anniversary of my own agency. Coming back now, 26 years ago, at the end of the dioxin crisis in my own country, Belgium, and bearing in mind all the food safety concerns that were happening all across Europe, including BSE crisis, the Member States and the European Commission were delivering their White Book on food safety, aiming at rebuilding consumer confidence in the food chain, system harmonization, and very important also, modernization in risk governance. Risks, the concept of risk was central within. The need for independent assessment of this risk was on the air, later combined with proportional management of the risk by both the competent authorities, but also in close collaboration with the operators, and sure, associated to transparent and understandable communication of this risk. We had a good experience on what could go wrong. We knew how to tackle it, to build a robust system, combining all the needed competencies to cover all the chain, guaranteeing and managing food safety all across the chain, and sustained by independent and science-based risk assessment. All the system was also based on a close, as already said, collaboration between competent authorities and the operators to the benefit of the European consumer. The modern food safety agencies were born. And with other countries represented here, Belgium was one of the first pioneers in this concept of modern inspection agencies. In our country, this is the Federal Agency for the Safety of the Food Chain, the FAFS of SCAFAV. As Food Safety Authority, our mission was and continue to be very clear, to ensure that all actors in the food chain can provide the consumer and each other with the greatest possible assurance that the food, animal, plants, and products they consume, keep, or use are reliable, safe, and protected, now and in the future. For every food safety authorities, this mission is closely related to sequential activities, going from risk perception, horizon scanning to be sure to discover any emerging risk or increasing in known risk, to risk management via risk assessment, and indeed without forgetting risk communication. The food chain should finally be based on strong construction, allying strong capabilities in food safety technology and analytical procedures. Food safety management based on science-based risk assessment, and a strong commitment in food safety culture and climate by each operator of the chain. To prepare to develop every HACCP system to perform any risk assessment, you need science experts who will gather the data and evidence, analyze them, conclude on, in order to provide the decision makers with risk assessment, guiding them to assure the safety of the products within the chain, as well as healthy components of it, plants and animals. In Belgium, at the FAFS, this role mainly relies on the shoulder of a scientific committee that gather members from the Belgian universities and scientific institutions. And many members, many men and women within this scientific committee are well known at the European level because they are also members from EFSA panels, EFSA network, as the Bioas panel, Plant Health panel, and IREN network. They are belonging to the UVET mission that are helping other countries when they have an outbreak of a new disease, or belonging also to URL and NRL for laboratory analysis within the chain. The scientific committee is a consultative body established at the FAF to deliver scientific opinion. Its establishment and working are clearly detailed within the Belgian laws in royal and ministerial decrees. The members have to follow internal rules and a deontological code. They have to follow also documented procedure for, we have to follow documented procedure for opinion requests. In our country, only our competent minister, our CEO, and crisis manager can apply to request opinion from our scientific committee. It is composed of 22 members executing a 4-year mandate, and who are selected on a regulated and documented selection procedure with peer assessment of their application. And we at the FAF are also following strict and documented management of the declaration of interest they can give us to assure independence and impartiality of risk assessment. Their tasks are very simple: to provide independent scientific opinion on risk assessment, but also, and it was nicely recalled by my German colleague, on options for risk management. We know that we are lying at the border, the interface between risk assessment and risk management, which is a quite dangerous zone. But I think it is important also that scientists sometimes can give options of solution. And all these opinions are related to the matters related to the FAF's competencies. I will come back later on. They are both administratively, technically, and scientifically supported by my team. And now, any examples of opinions that our scientific committee can deliver in order to guide risk managers and decision makers. First, opinion on risk in the food chain and our on control program, on royal decrees concerning the food chain, animal and plant health, in collaboration sometimes with another scientific committee, but maybe mainly at the human side, the Superior Health Council in Belgium. So here, by example, don't have pointer, but it will be the first one. So on the analysis program on mycotoxin, you know that mycotoxin will certainly and is already an emerging risk considering climate change. On the chronic exposure of the Belgian population to residues of plant protection products through fruit and vegetable consumption. These are regular assessments that we are making in order to provide with the decision maker at the request of the European level on information on the exposure of the Belgian population to these pesticides. On the impact of private assurance schemes on inspection results in the transformation sector and in slaughterhouses. How the presence or the absence of these private assurance schemes can correlate with the results of the inspection we are performing in this operation. On royal decree establishing the condition related to the quarantine and isolation of terrestrial animals. You probably know, for example, that sometimes pets are coming back or bring back from endemic countries for rabies. One classical solution when they are suspected of rabies, because they are not under the regulation for vaccination and so on, they must be euthanized. There are no other kind of solution. Now we have we have a possibility to put these animals in quarantine, to follow them, and to see if they will develop clinical signs of rabies. And if they don't, they can be released. By the end, they are alive. And last one here for this part, advantage and disadvantage of eating fish and seafood at the request also of the Europe. So how fish can provide with advantage at the nutrition point of view or disadvantage contamination of the products. There are also differing urgent opinions during crisis incidents. By example, sampling and analysis plants of food and feed around the site of scrap processing plant located in a city in Belgium. So risk for heavy metal contamination of the population. Renewed risk assessment on SARS-CoV-2 infection associated to mink holdings. The Belgian Scientific Committee was one of the first to put attention on the risk, the specific risk associated to the mink industry, even if it was a very small industry in our country, at least maybe 8 operators, but it was more dangerous for other countries as Spain, Denmark, Poland, Greece. They had a big industry of mink. On PFAS in food and animal and vegetable from animal and vegetable origin. Before the release of norms at the European level, the scientific committee was already providing us with guiding indicative value in order to manage all the food and all the foodstuff that could be contaminated by PFAS. And sometimes they can also start self-tasking mandates. This is authorized when they are thinking that a special topic or an anticipating one. Anticipation will be a very important word of my speech today. So when they are thinking that these topics deserve attention in order to deliver sufficient information for the decision makers and so on. Here, an example on the whole genome sequencing for the detection of foodborne outbreaks and bacterial risk assessment. And now a closer look at how scientific outputs can support to prepare, manage, preserve, and anticipate in the food chain. And first, at the level of the animal health, how the scientific committee, can collaborate to resolve or anticipate animal health crisis. And the first best example was during the African swine fever introduction in the Belgian wildlife. 4 years ago, before this introduction, our scientific committee was already delivering an opinion anticipating on the risk of introduction of this disease from Eastern Europe in Belgium. We were quite prepared, but you know we are never well prepared to this kind of event. And on the 14th of September 2018, we had our first cases in the Belgian wildlife in a wild boar. Thereafter, our scientific committee has delivered no less than 2 formal opinions, 5 rapid opinions, and 2 urgent opinions on various items: introduction pathways in swine operation, biosecurity, vigilance, access to forests and forest work, the human factor, animal byproducts, wild boar depopulation, feed. In 2 years, and in 2 years, we succeed to regain our officially status-free. We are quite proud of this because it was a very nice collaborative work between scientists, competent authorities, both at federal and regional level, and stakeholders within the field. It was sometimes difficult, but always science-based. The second example was on the risk of introduction of the episodic hemorrhagic disease introduction in Belgium. In 2024, we had an opinion on the risk of introduction in our country, followed by a rapid opinion determining the condition for urgency vaccination in Belgium against this serotype. Now, many of our cattle are vaccinated, and we are quite prepared for possibilities of introduction. They are also guiding our decision maker in the management of food safety risk following environmental contamination and extreme events, by example for PFAS and the cattle potentially contaminated with it, and the risk of meat seizure at the slaughterhouse. They were delivering an opinion on the correlation between the PFAS level in the bovine blood and the levels in the meat and offal of these animals. This was an indicative value for the operator to help them to estimate the probable levels of PFAS in meat, liver, and kidney, helping them to not going too early at slaughterhouse with this kind of animal, with the risk of meat seizure. About floodings in 2013, and this was also a self-tasking mandate from our scientific committee, they were assessing the food safety risk related to flooding effects in our country. They were providing us with a list of potential hazards to consider, influencing factors, scenarios, depending on the season and the circumstances, helping us to treat, manage by case this kind of terrible event. I always speak about the regular reassessment of the exposure of the Belgian consumer to pesticides. And here are a few examples on how they can help us to preserve plant health. By example, the rapid opinion relating to the presence of Xylella fastidiosa in Belgium on olive trees imported from Spain. So they also help us to I will be quick. They also help us to develop a specific tool, the barometers, that is helping us to measure the evolution, the trends within the food safety, the animal health, and the plant health in our country. We are following a set of indicators, and we are determining the evolution yearly with this tool. This is quite interesting for communication for my agency. And all the details of this tool can be retrieved in a scientific publication. About scientific publication, for sure, we try to be efficient also by this, because you're right, this is assuring the visibility of the scientific committee, and these are one of the sole plus-value, one of the best plus-value they can gain in participating in such a committee. And finally, we are also organizing symposium and workshop, 21 since 2005. These are, like this event, these are formidable exchange and structuring activities implying all the actors of the food chain, scientists, authorities, and stakeholders. These are really making a collaborative food chain based on vision and anticipation. And for information, the next event in Belgium will be based on hybrid threats on the food chain. So to conclude, during these particular times where uncertainty, unknowns, fake news, and challenges against evidence and facts are surging, science should always stay our guiding principle, our compass. As much as 26 years ago, we always need independence and impartiality to guide our management of the food safety. In this way, scientific committee like the Committee of the FAF, but also those that are working in your own country, and the EFSA panels and networks were, are, and will continue to be of greatest value. We know what can go wrong, we know how to tackle it, we need to base our duty on science, data, and evidence. But if we are now ambitious and if we want to prepare the best future for the chain, we not only need to not repeat the errors of the past, the words of Santayana, we also need now to learn how to not misinterpret our present and to anticipate our future. Anticipation should be also one of our compass for the next few years. And thanks for your attention. And maybe maybe a last word. I don't know what is representing this picture just above there. It's fascinating, but I would like to see today the science at the right for you, and all the stakeholders, the actors, the scientists, and so on, at the left of this picture concerning food safety. So thanks.
Merci beaucoup, Dr. Moroy. Ça a été un vrai plaisir de vous écouter, de très sages paroles. Alors, merci beaucoup. A continuación.
Now we turn the floor over to Dr. Pedro Novaes, Portuguese, who is the head of the Food Risks Division of the Economic and Food Safety Authority of Portugal, the ASAE. Thank you very much.
Antes que todo,
first of all, it is a pleasure to be here. Congratulations and happy birthday. And it's a pleasure for me to represent Portugal here, Portugal and the ASAE, and it's an honor, and congratulations for the event and also on your anniversary. I wanted to congratulate you for the excellent event and the beautiful venue.
It's not so easy to try to speak Portuguese, Spanish, and English in the same day. But the presentation is in English, so I try to give the presentation in English. I will present ASAE and give overview of our role. And for those that doesn't know, ASAE, the Economic and Food Safety Authority, is the Portuguese specialized authority in for food safety and economic surveillance, and operates as a central department of public administration with scientific independence. It's not so common in the European environment, but ASAE has specialized police powers, with the criminal investigation powers, and are focused in monitors and prevents enforcement of the legislation across the food and non-food sectors. But also are in food safety, our official control body, are a competent authority in charge of performing official controls in the food chain under the MASP, and acts as the national liaison body with other EU member states. So apart from this area that is more focused on the enforcement and the official controls, we are also responsible for the risk assessment and risk communication in the food chain. Apart from that, we are also EFSA focal point and advisory forum representative. So we are very close, in close collaboration with EFSA, and we take in account this area. So this is our macroorganic structure. Central services that are placed in Lisbon, is our country over there. The central services have our operational units, administrative departments, and the criminal investigation department, and also the Department of Food Risks and Laboratories. So it's not in the headquarters, but is in the Lisbon, our department. We have also our inspectors are placed all over the country in 3 regional units, North, Center, and South, and operational units spread all over the country with 12 operational units where there are the inspectors that perform the inspections and the official controls. Just to have an idea, according to our organic law, our duty is to collect and analyze data on risks to food safety, ensuring public and transparent risk communication. And because of that, we are the coordinators of the National Food Supply Plan, it is official control plan, that covers the foods that are placed on the market. So my unit, my department, is responsible for the coordination, for the planning of the samples to be collected under this official control plan, and also for the managing of the data that is similar that I will show you. So a sample of food that are collected under our national sampling plan comes to our office, to our department, for food safety laboratory, where it is analyzed. And after that, my unit, the food risks unit, receives a report of the results, and then we need to assess the results and to give an opinion, a scientific opinion on the results, and to classify the foods if it is safe or unsafe. I will explain it a little bit better, but that goes through the other duty, that is assess and characterize food risks, and issue scientific and technical opinions, recommendations and warnings, and of course collaborating in close collaborating with EFSA. And these tasks are performed with the scientific support of a scientific council. It's very similar to the committee, ISN committee, scientific committee. The scientific council has 6 members from all the most important universities of Portugal, and also we have 6 specialized technical committees in additives and contaminants, food health and food health and animal welfare, biological hazards, plant health and GMOs, nutrition and food allergies, and risk communication. So they are responsible for the guidance of our work. When we need, we ask their opinions, scientific opinions, to support our role. But we are also, I like to use this term, the safety assessment on foods, because it's a very specific assessment, risk assessment that we perform here. And of course, when we need, we ask for the advice of our scientific council. But we also receive some mandates for some questions from other competent authorities in Portugal. So when they need some risk assessment advice or opinion, they come to us and we give our advice. So this is our national food sampling plan. The objective is to warrant that the foods that are placed on the market are safe, but also the information, if the information is truthful, covers microbiological, chemical, and nutritional risks, is a risk-based official control plan, as it needs to be. But our risk, but we use a combination of factors on the planning. We use risk-based factors that identify the most risk groups of foods and subgroups, and then so we choose and decide the amount of samples to be taken per each group or food groups. And then apart from that, all the way that the foods are collected from the market are random, because we need to know the real state of safety of the foods that are placed on the market. So it's a monitoring plan. So it is a combination of both that give us a more close to the reality picture of the safety of the foods that are placed on the market. So very important is what is produced from this official control plan. It is food safety data that we use to, of course, we need to report it annually to EFSA and to Commission. We use that database for the planning of inspection plan, and of course is a very important national source for risk assessment that we can use by ourselves or in consortium with other authorities when you need. So it's an example of a last paper that we have published in a risk assessment of a very traditional maize-based bread of Portugal. I think in Spain there are a very similar one. And yeah, it's an example that scientific studies that we develop with our data. Of course, we use for risk assessment this occurrence data that comes from our official control plan, with a combination of the Portuguese consumption data that comes from our national survey of consumption, and of course the combination of both give us the possibility to perform exposure assessments that can be more generic, as the last the paper that I've explained, or more focused on specific questions that they are made by our risk managers. What is this? We need to assess the safety of the foods that are placed on the market, and is very practical questions. When the inspectors are in the field, there are some suspicions in specific products, and they collect samples. And then they take it to our laboratory, and they need a clear answer. Is it safe or unsafe? It's not generic assessment, it's specific practical one. Very down to earth, I think. And we need to answer. Because in Portugal, of course, when we have maximal legal limits, it's very easy to the risk management take actions to withdraw the product. It's easy, but it's not the same to be just a simple food that have some contaminant that is over the maximal limit, or if it is unsafe, because it's not the same always. So we need to assess that, and we need to answer that simple question. And of course, in the other situations, when we don't have maximal limits yet, there are some situations, some others that we don't have yet maximal limits. Of course, for that situation, we need always to assess the safety of that food, and to support the action taken by the risk managers in the field. So some examples, practical ones. Wild boar meat that we found in the market with a high concentration of lead. We don't have maximal limit, specific maximal limit for wild boar meat, but we assume that is high according to the pork limit. But we needed to assess that, so we have done our assessment. We took in account the data from our national survey or consumption survey that says that when a Portuguese person eats a wild boar meat, they eat it in 66.9 grams per day. So we use that value. We use the average weight of the Portuguese population, only for adults, because in this case the survey says that only adults consume, or at least we don't have data from children. But according to this, of course, the approach is the margin of exposure for the nephrotoxicity in adults, and the result was the margin of exposure very, very low. For nephrotoxicity, the safety MOE is over 10, and we were at 0.063. So for the intake of 66 grams, this product, of course, is classified as unsafe. Other very common example nowadays in Portugal is the acrylamide, corn snakes. Is another example, and yeah, this we don't have yet a maximum limit, so we perform our assessment, and we realize that we have a very low MOE, which is a very important source of concern for this, and of course these products are unsafe, and our inspectors can recall this product from the market because it is under the Article 14 of the Regulation 178. Well, the second part of the presentation is on the project that we have. All this story starts in 2018. We were very interested on the data management and trying to fix some problems that we have. We still use lots of papers work, manual work when we are collecting samples, and we want to evolve and digitalize that and try to optimize some of these systems. So we were financed by EFSA on this project with Croatia, where we were leading this project with Croatia. And the results were very nice. We produced a digital forms application. We tried to experience the AI for the coding in FoodX2. I don't know if you are familiar with that, but it's a EFSA coding for that we need to code all the foods that are collected to report to EFSA. We need to code in FoodX2. It's a very complex system. And we tried to use AI for that, but on that time we were not so successful on that. So in 2022 we were challenged by EFSA to have a second phase for that, and that time we with Denmark that were very interested to be with us in this project. So this project is named Data Capture at the same point. Is a tool that we need to develop and put AI there to try to simplify our manual work. And this is a very tailored data capture tool to our needs, to the needs of the authorities that are involved. First, as I said, with Denmark, but later on with Belgium that heard about our project and wants to be with us. And now we are developing an application, as simple as that. This is an example, what it is now, but of course it is evolving. This is a tablet, imagine a tablet, where you use to register the information related to the samples when you are collecting samples. The first part is related to the food business operator. So with pushing a button, you set the coordinates, and you find in a Google, like a Google Maps, find the name and all the information related to the food business operator where you are collecting this. And of course, you gather all this metadata, very important to record in our database. You can talk to the application if you want to add more information. Like I'm in the Indian shop collecting samples, or in a restaurant. Which will help the machine, the AI to that. And the second part is related to the food. So in a tablet, you can take photos of the packaging of the food and capture all the data that are in the label automatically in our database. So the experience date, the production date, the batch number, all the ingredients list, all extracted automatic from the photos. And also the application suggests a FoodX2 code, a base term code, and the facets related to the coding of this. It is still ongoing. There are some mistakes here but I think we will have very good results, far better than we used to have, but now with large language models, everything is different. So we have a Flexic Forms application, automatic FoodX2 classification using OCR, large language models, and RAG, and real-time communication and direct transfer, which is very important to us, to operational efficiency, improve the data quality, and of course, use that important data to produce science and to the risk assessment. Sorry for the delay. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Molto obrigado. Dr. Navais. Tiene ahora la palabra la doctora.
The floor is now for Dr. Amy Adkin, Subdirector for Risk Assessment of the Food Standard Agency from the United Kingdom.
And thank you very much for inviting us to come to this beautiful city in Madrid, where the sun is shining, which is a bit of a change for me. My name's Amy Adkin, and I lead the Risk Assessment Unit at the UK FSA. I thought today I'd come just to talk about some new tools and techniques from our experience. Not all of these are finished. Some of them are still ongoing. So first of all, the Food Standards Agency in the UK. We are also non-ministerial, and like many people here, we were set up about 25 years ago. So we're non-ministerial, setting us apart from those government departments that deal with agriculture. Our role covers food and feed safety across different types of hazards in food and feed, but also with market authorisations for GB. Our work is underpinned by the latest science and evidence, and we work to improve our tools to try and keep up with the ever-changing food system. We place science at the heart of the FSA. We develop evidence to underpin food safety and policies, but we also work to understand consumer behaviours and our wider society. We are constantly working to adapt to the food system of the future, and we heard a lot about that in the session this morning, about all of the challenges and the speed of change within our systems. And we work to address the links of global grand challenges within the food system. We work on a 4-country basis. So the UK is actually built of 4 different countries. So that's England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. And here it shows the complexity of our stakeholders and other government departments that deal with food safety. So with all our work, we work as a default on 4 countries, and then we go down to maybe 1 country if it's a devolved matter. So our risk assessments are often carried out at the UK level. It also shows how many stakeholders are involved with all the decisions that we make, and therefore collaboration is really, really important. It's really key to working with our food system. I'm not going to go through this slide, and it's meant to be messy. It's not meant to be read, but it goes through the complexities that were in the session this morning about the speed of change, the length of our food systems. And for the United Kingdom in particular, we are very dependent on imports. And so we are not just interested in domestic production, but in global production of foods. So today I'm going to touch upon 5 different case studies, a little bit about incorporating advanced diagnostics into surveillance for risk assessment, biomarkers of exposure, regulatory sandboxes. We've just heard from Pablo about AI, so a little bit about signal processing, and a case study on new approach methodologies. So in terms of advanced diagnostics, not only is the food system changing, but our diagnostics are improving. And this is one of the projects we run once every 10 years or so, and it's really to understand how much foodborne disease we have in the United Kingdom. On the right-hand side, you can see a pyramid, and this represents all of the different ways in which we lose data in our system to do with foodborne disease. At the bottom, we have people that actually have it. Only a few of those will go to a GP, their doctor. Of those, only a few samples are taken, and then of those, only a few will test positive. So each of these layers, we've got this building of uncertainty and underreporting. And this project goes to investigate that underreporting factor. As part of it, it also enables us to look at which pathogens are becoming the most prevalent, but also we look at behavioural change in our system. For example, what changes are affecting our healthcare surveillance that then affect the data that we're getting from the project. So in terms of advanced diagnostics, we've moved to multiplex PCR this year. So this is multi-pathogen. So within the panel of tests, we can also identify co-infection. We've also moved to having a higher sensitivity and improved case definition. And so that is, we're applying back to the last project we did 10 years ago to see how that's changed some of our data and impacted it. We've also got a metagenomic and a metatranscriptonic pilot. Again, these are multi-pathogen panels, but also that step is hoping to evaluate which of the PCR we're detecting is actually inactive and residual, and which are actually live organisms that are causing the clinical symptoms, for example. And finally, we use all of this data in this survey, which we're publishing this year, to improve our risk assessment. So those parameters go into the prevalence, the true prevalence of infection at the start of risk assessment, but also improved hazard identification, and finally, source attribution modelling. I'm going to now shift to exposure assessment. So as we know, food additives and other products in our diet are approved using maximum safe use, but that doesn't actually tell us much about actual use or combinations of exposures. So we're using biological samples taken through our National Diet and Nutrition Survey to do a proof of concept, at the moment based on sweeteners, in collaboration with the University of Cambridge. So here we analyse urine samples for different biomarkers, and then we estimate intake using measured excretion. And we then analyse by population group. So I think in this proof of concept, we had about over 4,000 different samples across different social groups. So in the pilot, we managed to pick up biomarkers for a number of our different sweeteners that are regulated. Aspartame was not possible, but we have a proxy that we were detecting. We're about to publish our results, and our indicative findings were a little bit of a surprise. We found that 85% of all of our samples had 4 or more sweeteners detected. This was surprising because the sweeteners involved clear the system within 2 to 3 hours, and these were only spot urine samples. So it was a surprise. We also found clear evidence of association between exposure and age, with teenagers being the most highest concentrations, and that's obviously due to probably fizzy drinks and other food products. There was a positive association for BMI, and it was more associated with males. We're now going to take that proof of concept, and we're going to move from spot samples to our 24-hour samples. We're going to link that in with data from the National Diet Survey, and we're also thinking of adding into our panels not only food additives, but also contaminants. So in terms of how this is going to help us, we want to move on from the classic dietary studies. They cannot be completely changed, but we want to be able to use information such as this together with the information on the volume and the amount consumed. Regulatory sandboxes now, and that can mean different things to different people. In the UK, we have launched one with cell-cultivated products, so synthetic meats, and they do pose quite a novel regulatory challenge to our food system, in both in terms of safety, how we apply the current novel foods framework, and how we use that knowledge being generated by industry for us as a regulator to evaluate the safety of these products. It's important to note that our sandbox does not include a relaxation in the regulatory framework. So what we've targeted is collaborative workshops with academics, trade bodies, and industry, so that we can understand the new products they're developing, the challenges they face, and also look at where best practice can be celebrated. We've developed a number of supplementary guidance, which are being published this year, where we've been asked to do so by industry. And we've launched a business support service to provide clarification on the regulatory framework, which can be quite complex to navigate as a business. We're providing tiered requests for information so that whilst the company's generating data, we can evaluate the information they've already supplied on a different section. And finally, as with all sandboxes, we're very careful about regulatory capture, and we've made internal changes within our organisation to prevent that. So in terms of impact of the regulatory sandbox, we've already noticed an increase in the quality of the dossiers that are being submitted by those companies that are involved within the sandbox, and we seem to be going faster with those applications in this area than in other regimes. However, we are not yet at the end of the pilot to do a full evaluation. Can't go anywhere these days without AI being in a presentation, and this one is no different. So at the FSA, we put in place a couple of years ago an AI process to do with signal processing. So these are what signals are there in the system that might be posing a threat to food safety. And this diagram is not meant to be read, but it shows you lots of different compartments of this horizon scanning process that we put in place. It takes data from a load of monitored data sources, some from you included in this room today. It analyses them, translates them into English and removes the duplicates, and then presents that data in a user interface to our colleagues, to our human colleagues at work. We use this and it rounds up on a 24-hour basis, and then if there are signals that go up to a certain threshold, that then goes into a meeting with our risk assessors. I'm not going to go through this slide. I'm very aware I'm keeping you guys from lunch, but it's more to show that this isn't just one AI piece of software. It's a pipeline of different products that we've put together to give us what we want at the end. There's not one technological solution to many of these problems we're facing. In terms of impact, so this is a case we had maybe a year, 2 years ago. We saw an increasing trend in the number of global alerts raised for listeria in enoki mushrooms. But at the same time, when we liaised with all of our public health bodies, we had no cases, and the whole genome sequencing wasn't bringing up the cases that were linked to mushrooms. So whilst we didn't have any evidence of a UK issue, we had testing implemented in our ports and our health and our local authorities, and they were detecting high levels of listeria. So we updated our risk assessment on the risk posed to our public consumers, and then from the basis of that risk assessment, we were then able to implement preventative measures. So we still use this every day, and we are incorporating it further and further into our decision and governance processes. Not all signals, though, actually are a signal, and you do need the importance of having those expert colleagues in food safety to interpret the results. I'm going to move on again into a different technology. So this is computational toxicology, although you may hear different words and framings given to computational toxicology. For example, new approach methodologies. But it's all about using the computer power that we now have at our disposal to offer alternatives to traditional animal testing. We all know that we want to reduce animal testing, but at the same time, we do not wish to do so in terms of lowering food safety standards. We also know that animal testing doesn't always give you the gold standard. And so it's about incorporating lots of different methods and bringing them together to give you that standard that you need to assure safety. It includes the in silico modelling, which is computational predictions of toxicity, along with in vitro assays, so cell-based assays, and all of the omics technologies. The UK FSA is, although we run across 4 different countries, we have limited budgets in terms of research, and we all know this is an intractable global problem to how we use computational toxicology in our classical risk assessments that we undertake. So we've, about a year ago, we started a case study, which is based on only one chemical toxin, tropane alkaloids family. And what we plan to do is take that one example through all of these different techniques and bring it together. This means that as a regulatory authority, we can understand those separate parts of the methods, but at the same time actually come up with something we can use ourselves, because otherwise it can be very difficult when you're hearing these technologies to understand how they then transform risk assessment. So we've got a collaborative project running with a number of different partners in an international project with members of APCRA. And then we also have internally a network of academic universities, fellows and PhD students who are taking this through to completion in a number of different tiers. So the very first tier we're looking at is the neurotoxin side. And here there's a diagram. So the tropane alkaloids are a family of plant toxins. They are often common when you have, for example, herbs and spices that are cropped and you end up with plant material as an accidental additive. So it causes lots of problems, and there is maximum levels that can be used. So we've used the first tier to take that family of 30 down to the 10 that are viewed as the most important. Now we've finished, and this was the in silico side of the test, and down here we've got the publication from our fellow that's been leading the work. We're then going to go into tier 2 to test potencies in vitro, finally do the omics part, which is quite a few steps, and then finally using human toxicology, conduct the PBPK modelling, and then look at how those, how similar the outputs are across the board. And by choosing just one chemical, it enables us to do those parts, but in a very small, discrete project, as opposed to solving the whole world's problem with how to implement next generation risk assessment. So those are the 5 examples, and I know I've cantered through all of them, but I'm very happy to take any questions in the breaks on those projects, and who, of course, are the technical leads, which is not me. So in terms of key takeaways, we heard this morning all about the complexity of the food system, the interdependencies with the changing connections, but the speed at which change is happening. And for us, that's really key, is trying to keep up. And so often we try to identify research projects or work we can do where we can work quickly and fix things, as opposed to working on very, very long projects. Consumers' diets change, particularly in the United Kingdom. We have a high degree of consumption of sweeteners and other additives. Our other systems are also changing around us, such as our healthcare behaviours. Food austerity is an issue, and diagnostics are getting faster and more accurate. So things we couldn't measure 5 years ago, we can now detect. And therefore we need to understand what those positive detections mean. No single tool is going to solve the issue, which means that it's really important to build multidisciplinary teams across us as the regulator, but also our academic and our international partnerships. No single tool is going to solve the issue, and success lies in sometimes trialling out different tools to find which problems they will solve. And finally, about the strength of collaboration across partners and disciplines. Many of these issues are not new. We've had them for a number of years, and it's trying to use our collaboration to move us all forward. And I will end there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Atking, and thank you for speeding up a little bit in order to make it, so thank you so much. And very wise words also, so food for thought and for the lunchtime. Así que paramos ahora.
We are going to stop to take a lunch break, and it's going to be at the entrance, and then we will resume the session at 2:30. So we have less than 1 hour, almost 1 hour to have lunch and have a chat. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hola, ahora. Gracias.
Well, thank you very much. If you can take a seat, we can resume the session. We don't want to delay the start because some of our talks or some of our presentations this afternoon are going to be delivered online, so we need to be on time.
Iba a decir si ponéis, bueno, no, ahora cuando empiece a hablar yo ya ponéis su biografía, la de
Sí,
Juan.
hablamos. Cuando hagas tú hablar, bueno, cuando tú le pones.
Perfecto. Que la ponga ya. Sí, sí. Fenomenal. Fenomenal. Qué
Okay, great. I think that most of you are back after lunch, very much on time, and that shows that the event has been interesting for you. So, while we wait for Ana Rivas, we are going to start. So, let's move on to the next speaker in the agenda. So I'm going to introduce Dr. Mirko Rossi, who is the scientific officer at the European Food Safety Authority, the EFSA. And as I was saying before, Dr. Rossi is going to deliver his presentation online. Before I turn the floor over to him, we wanted to show you his bio briefly, so if you can bear. Well, Dr. Rossi, you have the floor. Can you hear me?
Okay, can you hear me?
Gracias. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you for letting us to speak. I have a lot of echo, so if you can turn off the mic, thank you. Okay. So today I'm going to present you our work that together with the CDC we are performing on the genomic surveillance of foodborne pathogen at European level, and how that we are doing through the sharing of whole genome sequencing data. So in 2019, the European Commission have requested both ECDC and EFSA to jointly develop a new system dedicated to the collection of whole genome sequencing data for few bacterial pathogen species. The system has been developed with these few important values in consideration. First of all, we have to develop a secure collaboration. We need to enforce responsible use of the data, taking into consideration the European complexity, be operationally efficient, and be able to constantly evolve due to this evolving field about genomic epidemiology. Therefore, the EFSA CDC developed a system that is composed by two platforms. One is hosted in EFSA, one hosted in ECDC, dedicated to the collection of genome sequencing data and metadata from food sector at the EFSA side and from ECDC on human side. Then the two platforms are connected machine to machine, and are able to exchange data according to specific rule. I will show you now. So one of the two major components of the platform are the interoperability, so allowing cross-sectorial search and matching and detection of joint molecular clusters, and then that everything done through a machine-to-machine protocol, allowing a cross-sectoral seamless exchange of typing data. Why we have two platforms? We need to address sector-specific governance and agency network needs. We need to streamline user identity management, integrating the platform within our infrastructure, and also we need to try to increase in both sectors the control of the data. The goal of the system at EFSA side, it is shown in this slide, and have a different goal. First of all, we need to have prepared ourselves, building a database of genomic profiles, and I will show you in a minute, that can be queried by the public health agency in case of foodborne outbreak. But we need also to have a platform that is able to perform a rapid response in case of an outbreak. At the same time, we want to increase engagement with the member states. And finally, starting this August, we need to offer the member states a system that they can use for compliance with the EU regulation. How the data have been shared with EFSA? Currently, the data have been shared on voluntary basis. Starting from August 2026, also the data will be shared by member states through in scope of the Commission implementing regulation 2025/179. When the data is shared voluntarily, and this type of sharing will remain also starting in August, the data usually arrive to us either as a reaction to a data call that EFSA is open during an outbreak assessment, or proactively, several member states submit data based on their own internal political decision. Starting from August, member states are obliged to follow the obligation laid down in this Commission implementing regulation. And this regulation that is be published last year in March and will be start being enforced this August, impose the sharing to EFSA, or at least one isolate for type obtained in food, feed, animal, or related environment during an outbreak investigation. So the isolate should be associated or suspected to be associated to a foodborne outbreaks. The pathogen cover are the same of the system: Salmonella enterica, Listeria monocytogenes, Escherichia coli, specifically Shiga-like toxin producing Escherichia coli, Campylobacter jejuni, Campylobacter coli. We have the regulation is quite small. It's very clear. It's just two articles, but there are a lot of interpretation that may be come up through the regulation. Therefore, the Commission have developed a frequently asked question document that you can access through this QR code. In a nutshell, there are a few requirements that member states need to be taken into consideration before submitting data to us. They need to be accredited as any official laboratory performing official analysis. The data might be transmitted to EFSA without undue delay. And the data is not limited to WGS data, so whole genome sequencing data, but also to a certain type of metadata that is required together with the sequencing data. The purpose of this regulation is to improve outbreak investigation at a European level, and also improve collaboration between member states. Food business operator must collaborate with the National Food Authority, although there is not obligation for the food business operator to provide data to EFSA. As I said, the regulation will start to be in place this August. As a sort of kickoff of the entire activity, EFSA have been organizing the third event of the Science Meet Policy Conference series that will be held in Rome on the 2nd and 3rd September. The conference is already, the registration is already closed, but if you want to have some information on the conference, please follow us to the website for more information and for future information on the broadcasting. So let's go in detail about our system. The system is closed, is not accessible by anyone, is accessed by appointed user, and this is designed to ensure maintenance of the chain of custody of the information that member states provide to EFSA, and that EFSA use for performing outbreak assessment, which is used therefore by the risk managers. And we have three major user types appointed by the Food Safety Authority: the country officer, which is the main coordinator at country level of activity related to the WGS data collection, who can submit on behalf of any organization in the country, and then can explore every type of data in the system. Then we have the data provider appointed by the country officer, who actually submit on behalf of their own organization. And then finally, we have a data submitter, a simpler laboratory that have been authorized to sequence the data, official data, and submit it to EFSA. We do store data, but we don't store everything. What we are storing in a nutshell is a WGS data in the shape of experimental data, which is represented information related to the experiment, which is sequencing data, and the typing generated by the experiment. In addition to that, we also collect epidemiological data. It's very important that there is a full control of the data sharing to EFSA from the data provider. They maintain the full ownership of the data, and they can edit or withdraw the data at any time. In addition to that, if the data is submitted voluntarily and not under the mandatory requirement of the implemented regulation, the member state can even submit the data in a asynchronous way, submitting first the genomic data, and when available, and in cases needed, also data that we call epidemiological data, which is represented the description, for example, the sample from which the isolate have been obtained. This asynchronous submission flow have been designed because this type of data has multiple owner at member state level and might require high coordination, and this will simplify the capacity of member state to submit data to EFSA. There is a multiple way that the member state can submit data to us, and EFSA have been clearly taking that into consideration when designing the system. We try to accommodate all possible scenario at member state level. So the data we are going to accept in EFSA system are not just the basic raw sequencing data that we call FASTQ, for who is familiar with that, but we can also accept already partially processed data, what we call assembly, but we can even go further and accept already analyzed data without the need to share high complex data such as raw reads or assembly. And this data, what we call in general sequencing data, can be submitted to EFSA, Azure Cloud Infrastructure, to several ways, and this also to accommodate different type of level of capacity in member states. We have developed a full portal, a user interface through which the member state can use and perform any type of submission of the 3 types. But if the member state is sufficiently advanced, they can even use our programmatic submission process, automatic system-to-system integration with their own national system through the digestion of our APIs. If the member states submit raw data or partially analyzed data, such as assembly, then the member state can use our computer resources to generate in the type data that actually EFSA storing in our database through our bioinformatic pipeline, which is also available in the public domain if the member state want to test locally or even use it in their own system. When the data is transformed to the typing data, such as CGMST profiles, genomic profiles, and other type of type information, this information is stored in the database, and this information is exposed to ECDC, where and based on this information, EFSA and ECDC, they can perform outbreak assessment. So EFSA and ECDC interact on very frequently by exchanging data based on specific roles. ECDC does not access the data fully, but for obtaining the data, they need to query our database with specific requests. What they're doing is sending us a request by including all profile of a specific cluster they are investigating, and requesting EFSA to feedback any results that might match that specific cluster. EFSA and CDC are really interacting frequently, and they have 2 major interacting ways. One is done on a weekly basis with thousands of query weekly cluster perform CDC, which is a request to find specific result at EFSA side. Or during outbreak assessment, ECDC is also performing ad hoc queries with different type of threshold according to the epidemiological situation. What is very important, the data is exchanged automatically following specific rules that ECDC have been agreed and published in a collaboration agreement. And the data is only used for performing cross-sectorial analysis propedeutic to multi-country outbreak assessment. In the table that you can see in this slide, you can see the current situation for the 2 major bacterial species that currently we are exchanged frequently. We also exchange, of course, information for the other species, but on much less frequency. Listeria salmonella have been included in the weekly query jobs, and you can see that ECDC has currently several hundreds of cluster of multi-cluster of Listeria human cases, as well, several hundred multi-country cluster of Salmonella, but only a partial of this cluster have been found matching isolate in the food sector. There are several reasons for that. Of course, not everything that is causing the human cluster might already be found in the food. One of the major reason for that is also because both of our database are populated in a different way by different countries, and I will show you in a minute. One of the basic concepts we have behind the interaction between FCCDC is a seamless integration through the exchange of CGMST profiles through a machine-to-machine protocol. In this picture, I tried to explain graphically what actually is happening. So through an EpiPulse case, ECDC receives the profile and storage in their database, and then performing the cluster analysis and send to EFSA a collection of profile asking, can you give us the nearest, according to specific threshold that you can find in your database to this set of profiles. At EFSA side, the profiles have been taken, analysis have been done automatically, and if there is a match of profile in the food sector, it is automatically transferred to ECDC. So what we transfer to ECDC is not everything. It's just the profile, not the sequence, plus other type information such as MLST, AMR profile, serotype, or various genes, and then a set of metadata, a minimum set of metadata representing the sample, the sampling year, and the food category. What is very important for food sector is the control of the country information, which is fully on the hand of the data provider who can control to share or hide country information towards ECDC. When shared, all the country of the own organization, submitting organizations, the sampling, and the country of the region of the sample, and will be transferred to ECDC. Otherwise, will be not. As I said, we are using this system for many years now, and it's working perfectly in the European setting, but we are facing some issue. And the main issue is that we have an unbiased databases, both on CDC and EFSA side. And we are working hard with the member state to try to increase the data sharing and to having a more uniform data sharing across different countries. This picture shows you the current status at the mid of April, 1 month ago. We are approximately a little bit less than 7,000 profiles in our database from 27 countries. Some countries have shared significantly amount of data, and it's notable that 3 countries actually share almost 70% of the data we have it in our database. There is a huge difference between countries, and also between the in each country between the volume or between the different species. What is very clear is that not everything shared by the member state actually have been found matching to a CDC cluster. Only 54% or have been shared so far have been found part of the cluster CDC side. And again, this is due to several reasons. One can be also the fact that it's still not present, the food isolate found in the cluster, but also it might be that also CDC side have been biased toward a different set of data submission. In addition to what is interesting that EFSA also collect automatically import all food and environmental data submitted to public repository. And so far we are collecting almost over 16,000 profiles, and only very partial of these data have been found matching CDC clusters so far. I will take a few minutes on the very last moment of my presentation to show how actually we're using the data, in which context. So as I say, the data is designed to support multi-cluster, multi-country microbiological cluster and outbreak assessment investigation. We have a structured collaboration with the CDC. EFSA and the CDC weekly meet with a teleconference on Thursday afternoon. Actually, at the moment, we are in our weekly meeting. And what we are doing, we exchange information, we revise all the current multi-country investigation ongoing at the European level, and we see how the data provided in the WGS system can support the investigation. And then we coordinate action to support decision outbreak assessment and engage with the relevant networks for eventual response. when we perform monitoring, we do not limit our capacity in monitoring through the data provided in WGS system, but we use a set of different other information. We're using information in the RASF, Risk Alert System for Food and Feed of the European Commission. We're using information that human sector share in the EpiPulse case and EpiPulse events, that is a system at ECDC, where the member states share information of current events, and also EWRS, which is a very similar as RASF, but on the public sector side, that is emerging risk communication at European level. In addition to that, we also go back to our zoonosis database and looking at the years of collection of monitoring data on specific zoonosis when we need some clue of possible source. We have several stakeholders that we engage during this monitoring activity and assessment. We have our network country office and data provider. We have the European Commission, the RAS network, and also, of course, the European reference laboratories. This is a picture showing you the current cross-sectoral working arrangement. So when either ECDC or the European Commission requests the ECDC EFSA to perform an assessment, ECDC and EFSA are engaged from ECDC from a human side and EFSA from a food side to collect data from different sources described in the blue bar on the top and summarizing this in a public document, what we call rapid outbreak assessment. European Reference Laboratory Network also participate in provide technical scientific support when required. And this document is designed for supporting risk managerial decision on a specific outbreak assessment. This is my last slide for the presentation, and I would like to thank us for you for inviting us to present our system. We have a dedicated page in the EFSA website where what I present to you have been summarizing, and also we have a promotional video that you can use for disseminate our activity if you want. And now I'm open for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Dr. Rossi. Ahora intervendrá el doctor.
Now, Dr. Angelo Caffaro will take the floor, who is a data scientist of the EFSA authority. His presentation will also be delivered online.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for inviting also to this presentation. I'm going to share the screen in a second. All right, so this presentation was prepared jointly with Edoardo Carnesecchi, who could not unfortunately join today. And myself, I'm Angelo Caffaro. I'm data scientist at the European Food Safety Authority in the Methodology and Scientific Support Unit. Edoardo works as a cheminformatician in the iData unit. And after the presentation of Mirko on outbreaks, now we are moving to provide you an overview of the data-driven risk assessment at EFSA, with quickly touching up on tools and the methodologies that are involved. So the first part of the presentation will introduce you very quickly the risk assessment paradigm that we adopt for the assessment that we perform at EFSA. Then we will go a little bit into the details of what is the hazard characterization. You will see in the next slide as part of the assessment, and an overview of exposure assessment with emphasis on dietary exposure tools. As part of the risk assessment paradigm, so we start with an hazard identification. An hazard is a substance, for instance, a chemical that could be harmful for humans or for animals. We have two distinct parts that are then combined for the risk characterization is the hazard characterization. So in simple words, we understand what are the nocive effects of the identified hazard. Then we do the exposure assessment, in particular for dietary exposure assessment. We verify the occurrence of this hazard into the food or the feed that is consumed. And then we combine the exposure and the hazard to derive and conclude with a likelihood of the hazard to be then effectively a risk for the human beings or the animals in those assessments. And this is called the risk characterization. Today, we are having an outlook on possible type of hazard characterization and then also exposure assessment. So, as I mentioned in the first part, we will see an example using EFSA Open Food Docs tool. So, Open Food Docs is a database, it's open source, and it contains toxicological information derived from opinions produced by EFSA since its creation in 2002. It is a one-click tool. It's available for risk assessors, risk managers, and stakeholders, publicly available. And most importantly, it contains curated endpoints. So the data is not only fetched by those scientific opinions, but it's also curated, respecting international standards for harmonization and compatibility. And we use OECD harmonized templates. And this information structured in this way in this database, it's useful to develop, for instance, methods that are alternatives to animal testing. You will quickly see in the next slides some methodologies that could be then adopted in the risk assessment paradigm using the information provided in Open Food Docs. For the records, the link to this database will be available in the slide, as you can see at the bottom. Now, this is a snapshot of the information contained in the database as of April 2026. On the left, you can see that we provide information about more than 7,000 hazards, coming from around 2,600 scientific assessments. So the data and that can be derived from this assessment, it relates to these substances that are then referring to different domains, from food ingredient ranging to pesticides or feed contaminants, food contact materials, or nutrient sciences. On the right, you can see that this information is coming from assessment, and these assessments are using meta studies and toxicological studies. So they refer to about 45,000 studies, mostly in the domain of molecular and human and animal health. So these are the number of studies that they are then used in the assessments to derive this data. In this slide, I'm showing you a little bit step forward on starting from the basic information that you can find in Open Food Docs, that is the chemical information of substances and the behavior, so the ecotoxicological information that it's derived. We can infer and use predictive models as QSAR, for instance, for quantitative structure activity relationship, or read-across grouping. I will briefly touch upon them in the next slides, or PPPK models for physiologically based pharmacokinetic models. We can derive predictive models that essentially they allow us to move from the original standard in vivo studies using animals to new approach methodologies, standing for NAMs, where we go to in silico studies. Now, what are the different models, predictive models that we can implement using this data? It's just an example here. So for QSAR, for instance, it's a prediction that starts. It's a series of computational tools that basically predict the properties or the biological activity of a chemical just based on its molecular structure. So these are in brief what we can do with QSAR models. Then in read-across, we are on predictive computational models that you can see as a transfer of knowledge. So basically, we start from a substance for which we have a rich amount of data, and is called the source chemical or substance, to predict properties or effects for a poor chemical for which we have poor data. And that is called the target chemical. So we transfer knowledge from one chemical to another based on the information that we mostly have available. In grouping, we are identifying and then organizing the chemicals into groups of categories, because the purpose is then, if these are based on the same structural and physiochemical, toxicokinetic, and also toxicological similarity, we can infer that they might have the same effect in this group of chemicals on the bodies of or humans or animals that we are subject of studies. So this helps to group together different chemicals. And finally, in PBPK models, these are modeling in a with mathematical techniques, the simulation of absorption, distribution, metabolism, or excretion of the chemicals in the body of humans and animals. So these are simulation models. Now we have a lot of powerful prediction at hand. What we had as an idea at EFSA was to then propose a framework that would allow assessors to make use of this. So it's called the weight of evidence framework. It's described in the guidance that I'm linking on top of this image. That in simple words, within the framework of overall scientific assessments in the risk assessment paradigm, it indicates to the risk assessors how to combine this evidence. Because after all, what we obtain from these different predictive models, it's further evidence and data, and we need to know how to combine it, to assemble it, to give a weight to the different sources of evidence, and then integrate to produce the final conclusions of our overall assessment. So I hope this was clear. This is the conclusion of the first part. Then, as indicated in the beginning of the presentation, the characterization of an hazard has been one part of the presentation using open food tox information. Then there is the exposure assessment. In EFSA, we have several tools classified in this slide by the domain of application, ranging from dietary exposure tools, on which we will deep dive a little bit later, to non-dietary exposure, statistical modeling, and environmental risk assessment tools. So we will have a closer look to the dietary exposure tools that we produce and make available. This is work that in the methodology and scientific support unit we conduct together with iData colleagues for data and technology support. We also are in close collaboration with the risk assessment production department of EFSA to capture user needs and requirements. And we are strengthening now our communication channels to also better capture the needs from external users and stakeholders. So to collect, for instance, issues or new needs to continuously improve our tools. In dietary exposure, so there are some general principles. Starting from hazards, so these substances are possible hazards. We could have different variables in our assessments. The whole procedure, it's based on this general principle that we have occurrence of a substance in data, monitoring data. We have data coming from member states via surveys on the consumption of data, classified data, and modeling these two together, we calculate the exposure. Now, modeling can have different variables within. So we could focus on acute or chronic. So in acute exposure, it involves a single or brief contact with an hazardous substance. While in the chronic exposure, it refers to a continuous or repeated contact over an extended period of time. We could look in the past so on retrospective, or we could have as a what-if scenario looking at a prospective assessment. And finally, we could be conservative, so it's a scenario where we underline the worst case, it's protective, but more simple, less concrete in terms of reality, or refined. So we could do in a more realistic scenario. Just to give an example, we can consider peeled fruit or cooked type of foods. So we go into more realistic details. But of course, this is data-driven, more detailed, and more complex to model. So it depends on the needs also of the risk assessors. In this slide, I'm just showing you the progress of different supporting information and tools, mostly data that we might have in the technique of tight exposure modeling, whether we are more on a conservative side, so more straightforward to have just a simple understanding, moving to a more accurate but complex scenario, more informative, of course, with some certain sources of uncertainty and variability, where we need to apply not only modeled heights or summary statistics like descriptive statistics, but we need to move to more deterministic or probabilistic modeling with increased complexity. So this is to show what is applied as technique to go to an accurate, less conservative scenario. The tools that we mainly offer in-house from EFSA to the public are deterministic. It's a certainty, so there is one outcome per input, no randomness involved. The probabilistic scenario is when uncertainty comes to play. There are multiple possible outcomes with likelihoods, and that accounts for variability and uncertainties. This is a tool that we are developing in collaboration, in partnership with RIVM, so it's an external tool, MCRA. Now let's focus on the tools that we have available in EFSA. Also in this case, you might go and click on these links afterwards that will be in the presentation to check directly those in our platforms. So this slide is an in-depth overview of our diet exposure tools. You can see that we have a wide range of tools that are categorized by application domains, so feed additives, pesticide residues in the first tier, chemical occurrence with some difference on other parameters, food enzymes or food additives. Now they also differ for the type of food consumption data that they use to run their models, for the type of exposure that is then possible, as I was indicating, whether it's acute or chronic. There are some specificities. I'm not going into the details now, but these tools, they exist in difference and they differ from each other also for some specific feature, and they are available on different platforms. These are all the characteristics that we can see. They all use FoodX2 as food classification system. Now you can see that there is a multitude of tools, and what we would like to achieve in the short and long term is to reduce complexity. So trying to merge, so there are many available ones, and the aim is to bring together those ones with similar domains and integrate features, but still ensuring flexibility in terms of user needs. We also aim to offer a simplified access. So as you have seen, we have different platforms that they host these tools. We are trying to put them together to have a single entry point for the users. And we would like to provide an harmonized ecosystem. We are working on it. So to provide an harmonized documentation, provide tutorials that are similar with this range of tools, and also the way users can request support and interact with us. So this concludes my presentation. So thank you for your attention and for inviting.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks to you, the three colleagues, the previous colleague from EFSA, Mirko, and you, Eduardo and Angelo. We are aware that you even had a personal issue, so both of you and also Mirko had made the effort to fix your time and be with us at this conference. So thank you so much for your effort and for your presentations.
Now we turn the floor over. Ahora means now. We turn the floor over to Dr. Franz Verstraete, who is the assistant head of the DG Sante of the European Commission. He's a deputy head of Unit of Food Processing Technologies and Novel Foods.
Franz has been my reference and my mentor, not only within the European Commission, but also in Codex, dealing with food risk management on chemical contaminants. So I know you've been, and you are actually the reference for many people. So many of us have learned and still are learning from you a lot. But in my case, I was very lucky to work very hard and hand in hand with you for more than 10 years. So for me, it's been a real pleasure, Franz. So I'm happy to have you here, as I said. So thank you so much, and go ahead, please.
Thank you, Anna, for these very nice words, which are a bit exaggerated, I must say. But indeed, and also happy birthday with indeed 25 years of agency. I will try in the coming 15 minutes, 20 minutes maximum, give you an insight on from scientific evidence to EU food safety regulation. However, a lot of what I wanted to say has been already said during the day. And forgive me that I will focus on contaminants. So it will not be the overall food safety legislation of the EU, and so in my presentation, I go from basic principles to risk management measures to challenges, and finally one slide on conclusions. So, of course, the basis of all EU food safety legislation is the General Food Law. I will not go into detail, but I was obliged to mention it. Otherwise, people would say, where is the General Food Law? Because this is the basis for all EU food safety regulation, and was also the basis to work from, already also mentioned this morning, from the farm to the fork. And so not only looking at the end of the chain, and also indeed ensure that EU food safety legislation provides a high level of human and animal health protection. It also had the aspect of the internal market, of indeed the free movement of foods which are compliant with the food safety standards within the EU. And also, and you will hear it on tomorrow morning, indeed, it also clearly outlines that, indeed, if there are international standards available, Codex Alimentarius levels, or imminent, we, in the EU, we should take into account, of course, we are not obliged to take them over, but we must be able to, indeed, provide justification why we are deviating from, in most cases, being stricter than what is indeed agreed at Codex, taking into account our objective of ensuring a high level of human health protection for the EU citizen. And of course there, and we had also seen this already, in order to ensure this high level of food safety, feed and food safety, we have to base all our legislation on risk analysis, risk assessment, risk management, and risk communication. And of course, as already mostly demonstrated today, the risk assessment has to be based upon all available scientific evidence and be performed in an independent and excellent manner, which is at EU level done perfectly by as well the European Food Safety Authority, as well also the many national risk assessment bodies. Risk management, that is what I'm doing day to day, have to take into account a priority the outcome of the risk assessment, but also we have to take into account other factors legitimate to the matter. And this is indeed important, and that will be my focus of my talk. Because I get regularly the remark of people saying to me, well, Frans, I read the EFSA opinion and I see the regulation which is based upon this EFSA opinion, and with the best will of the world, I don't see the relation. And that is indeed to a certain extent true, and I will try to explain why this is. Of course, and I apologize, Carlos, that I simplify sometimes the 200-page contam opinions in one slide, but indeed the scientific risk assessment indeed is basically indeed looking at, okay, what are the hazards related to the presence of a contaminant in food for human health, and establishing a health-based guidance value or a tolerable intake, or when we are talking about animals, of a reference point of no animal health concern. And of course then, because we are talking about contaminants, it's not a pre-market authorization, so that we are already exposed to it. Indeed, EFSA is also performing exposure assessment, and also not only taking into account the average exposure, but also looking at high-level consumers, also looking at indeed high percentile contamination in foods, and also take into account specific population groups. Indeed, like young children, high-level consumers, and also more and more looking at particular groups of populations like vegetarians, vegans, etc. And it's important because we aim to protect all EU citizens, whatever diet they have. And finally, we have the risk characterization, where they consider the health-based guidance value or the MOE approach towards the current exposure. And based upon that, EFSA makes a conclusion if it is indeed a concern or no concern, the presence of a certain contaminant in food is a concern or no concern for human health. And that's the basis for all risk management measures we are taking in the context of contaminants. But, as I said, we have to take into account also other legitimate factors. And as I said, the nature of our management measures are based upon, indeed, I would say, the outcome of the risk assessment. In certain cases, when contaminants, it says, well, that the current exposure is of a health concern, which means that our exposure is currently above the health-based guidance value or in the neighborhood of the health-based guidance value. It can also be that there is no health concern based upon the data. It can also be inconclusive because sometimes we have too little data on occurrence to be able to perform an accurate exposure assessment. And in this case, we can only see that there might be some indications of a potential health concern, but it cannot be concluded. And for more and more, and it becomes more and more important also in the EFSA risk assessments opinions, indeed, the uncertainties related to these conclusions. For us then as a risk manager, it's also important to look into the availability of indeed the occurrence data, where we have to try to guarantee a geographical balance and also ensuring that the year-to-year variation is covered. And of course, the type of contaminant, what measures we can take, agricultural contaminants, processing contaminants, environmental contaminants, and we have also other legitimate factors. And what are these other legitimate factors? Well, first of all, we have the cost-benefit considerations, but I must say within the contaminants area, it's very difficult. We know that the costs, we get that for free from the stakeholders. They indicate us how the costs are, while the benefits are much more difficult to assess because contaminants are indeed having multi-target adverse effects, and it's always difficult to exactly determine how many lives we will save with a certain contaminant. Most importantly, in the contaminant sector is indeed the feasibility, the achievability by applying good practices. And there we have then to face the difficulty of the differences in the EU, the geographical differences, but also the impact of climate change, and I come back on that later. We can also sometimes see that for contaminants, well, because of the fact that we have to set them as low as reasonably achievable, because we have to make sure that the food remains still available, that we can say, well, it does not, for certain vulnerable groups, we cannot achieve the level of safety we would like to. And that has then to be, the setting of, for instance, maximum levels has then to be complemented by consumption advice, which is mostly given at national level. We also have to take into account that we have not only to look into the risks of a certain contaminant, we have also to see the benefits of consuming a certain food. And therefore we have indeed, and we will more and more look into this balance indeed of the risks related to a contaminant, but also what are the benefits of consuming a certain food. And I'm not only looking here at a typical example of fish, but we know also, for instance, the high brand cereal products, breakfast cereals, they contain higher levels of mycotoxins. When they are heat treated, they contain higher levels of acrylamide, but on the other hand, they are providing clear health benefits by the high fiber content. So these are aspects we will have to look into more and more. And when we are looking then at very strict levels, and particularly also for foods for infants and young children, there we are blocked by analytical feasibility sometimes, because also it is not that we are setting a level which can be analyzed by one very specialized lab in Europe. We have always to make sure that the levels we are setting can be analyzed by a sufficient number of well-equipped laboratories across the EU to ensure effective enforcement. What are the foods which we are regulating is indeed, well, of course, the foods which are significantly contributing to the exposure. Also the food groups which we know have sometimes frequent findings of high levels of contamination, and particularly thinking then about spices, which are usually not used in high quantities in our food. And then we are looking into the occurrence data of the contaminant in the various food and food groups. We'll come back on that later. So, of course, then, when we are talking about contaminants, no regulation will make the contaminant disappear from our food. So prevention remains the main tool to prevent or to indeed ensure a high level of human health protection related to contaminants. We have in the 30 years nearly that I'm working on contaminants, we have developed different tools, sometimes for some external people not very easy. What is maximum levels, benchmark levels, indicative levels, action levels, guidance levels? What is the difference about it? Each of them have an own connotation and a meaning, and are also indeed indicating the level of strictness of the official controls. And of course we have also in certain cases source-directed measures encouraging good agriculture practices. Important also is that when we are defining the measures, we are looking at a case-by-case basis, and also we are not looking at only setting levels, we also make sure that also the control, the sampling, and the analysis is done in a harmonized way across the EU. So, as I said, we are always looking at the levels setting as low as reasonable, achievable by applying good practices. And how are we trying to define this? Well, as you can see, this is now a current histogram of indeed T2 and HT2 toxin in oat milling products. And in fact, we are setting this level at the end of the frequency distribution curve. So somewhere, I would say, if I can mark this, somewhere at the end there where we are already close to the end of the curve. So, as I said, maximum levels do not make disappear the contaminant of the food, but they are important, and they are, in fact, ensuring a high level of human health protection. They are also ensuring, indeed, the legal certainty, and the food business operators exactly know what is acceptable, what is not acceptable. It also, in fact, and that's the most, I would say, the most effect that it has, the fact that we have a maximum level obliges the food business operators to include this contaminant within their HACCP plans, to do the auto controls, to check their supplies, and to also deliver. And so this is indeed the added value, biggest added value, that indeed by setting a level, we see that the whole sector, the whole chain is taking care of this. And I have to speed up. So as I said, we have indeed a whole range of different, the maximum levels, these are the strictest one. The other ones are indeed sometimes guidance levels which allow set of the same basis, but allow some flexibility in the enforcement. The action levels are in fact a more proactive approach to indeed lower the levels of contamination over time, in addition to maximum levels. We have that in the case of dioxins and PCBs. Indicative levels, they are not of a safety issue. They are just triggering an investigation, an action from the member states, but they are not a level for withdrawing foods from the market. And benchmark levels, they are performance indicators for your mitigation measures you are applying, and that is particularly the case for acrylamide. As I said, we had, over the years, developed different tools, and you can see that within the EU legislation, we have different combinations of risk management tools combined or used and not used. And so, as you can see, we have for dioxins a comprehensive strategy where we have also included, in fact, preventive measures to avoid contamination of the environment together with our colleagues from DG Environment. And we had therefore also established a strategy looking at what is done at environment level, at feed level, and at food level. But as you can see, we have indeed different kinds. And of course, in many cases, even if there is a health concern identified by EFSA, we do see that sometimes we miss data to really regulate it, and first we have to do a monitoring before we would be able to regulate a contaminant in food. But we have over the years already regulated many contaminants, and I dare to say that in the EU, I think we have the most comprehensive legislation worldwide as regards contaminants in food. Maybe Betul will contradict me, but I think that is the case. But okay, we are still having some challenges. And the new challenges are climate change, evolving dietary patterns, novel foods, circular economy, where we must avoid circulation or recirculation of contaminants in our food chain. And the challenge is from us, from regulators, to ensure a proactive approach to ensure a high level of animal and human health protection. We have the challenges regarding climate change, where we see that, in fact, even for contaminants where our exposure are already too high compared to the health-based guidance value, that we see through climate change that the prevalence and the occurrence of certain contaminants in our food chain is increasing over time, despite all mitigation measures applied. We see that, and that is, of course, and we have also other EU policies which might indeed affect certain mitigation tools to avoid the contamination. We have also the evolving dietary patterns, where indeed we have more plant-based food, alternative sources of proteins, algae, insects. And that relates indeed in new hazards, for instance, quinolisidine alkaloids in lupins. And that needs indeed these new evolving dietary patterns, require sometimes a risk assessment to be updated, and also risk management needs to be proactively adapt to these changes, which is a challenge, I must say. And of course, when we are talking about exposure assessment, we see that indeed the food consumption surveys are not always reflecting the most recent dietary trends. We also have indeed, in many cases, lack of real occurrence data of certain contaminants in these new foods. And this is indeed an issue where we see that sometimes from a methods of analysis, that we have no methods of analysis for the analysis of the contaminants in these new foods. And also where we say prevention is most important, we have no knowledge about good practices to prevent, reduce presence of contaminants in these new foods, and also what is achievable by applying good practices. And finally, this is my end. So, in fact, for the time being, we have to a certain extent already addressed the combined exposure to similar compounds, where we look into polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, where we look into the dioxins and PCBs, where we also to look into the 4 PFASs and so on. So, but also there still, and like for instance also in pyrrolidine alkaloids, but there still sometimes, in the case of pyrrolidine alkaloids, well, we have taken them all from the same similar toxicity level, and in the future we should work out more maybe relative potency factors, also toxic equivalent factors, and a much more knowledge is to be gathered for this. And indeed, when we are talking about these combined or several compounds, there we have also analytical challenges. More in a very initial stage is indeed the combined exposure to non-similar compounds, to different mycotoxins, different metals. And for the time being in contaminants area, we have not yet really addressed that, neither from a risk assessment point of view, neither from a risk management point of view. But in case we want to, according to indeed and our duty for the general food law, ensure a high level of human health safety, we will need to address this combined exposure in the future, but we know we will be faced with a lot of drawbacks, challenges on that. And my final conclusion is that in the field of contaminants, we have a lot achieved, but still a lot is to be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Bestraite. A continuación tiene la palabra.
We will now give the floor to Victorio Teruel, the Subdirector General for Food Safety at the Spanish Food Safety and Nutrition Agency.
Fenomenal. Hola, a ver si me da.
Okay, now my mic is working. While we just make a small change over there, I was going to say something right at the end before we go, but I'll say it now. I just want to remind everyone to leave your translation receivers and your headsets on the way out. Don't go home with them. They will be there tomorrow morning. And we wouldn't want to have any of them go missing. So they will be collected from you at the end of the event on your way out of the room, and you will get new ones tomorrow.
Muchas gracias.
Sí. Bueno, buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. They saved the very last slot for me, and I thought everyone's going to be tired, so I'll try to be brief.
Explicarles.
My idea is to explain a little bit about how the regulatory side works in the European Union and give you a bit of an idea of what to expect in the future. The agency is now turning 25. I wasn't here when the agency kicked off. I'm younger than the agency. I've been in it for just 22 years. And fortunately, when I first arrived, a lot of the work had already been done. The founding fathers of the agency at that time and all of our dear peers from the European Union had taken care of all of the regulations that are currently in application and being implemented. And as Mr. Verstraete said, the regulatory framework in food safety, 178/2002, had already been created just 1 year after the agency. And so all of the regulatory developments that have taken place since then have been, well, some of them has been the official regulatory control regulation that has been updated, and others have been updated. But, as I was saying, many of them are still being applied as they initially were, such as the law on contaminants, which dates from 2003, and it still applies to this day. It's not that I'm giving you ideas to change things. I think if something works, let's let it be. So, how do we legislate in the EU? I assume that many of you already know this, but the scope that we had to cover in this event also included Latin America, so I'm going to give them a bit of an introduction about how legislations take place in the EU. The executive body is the European Commission. They make a legislative proposal, and the procedure is known as the ordinary legislative procedure or codecision, because the true legislators are the two bodies that you can see down here, the Council of the European Union and the European Parliament. Those are the ones who take care of legislating. So based on the proposal made by the Commission, they explore it very carefully, which is why I've put these magnifying glasses there, because they do study them very thoroughly. And then, according to what the member states say and what the citizens say through the European Parliament, all of this undergoes a very long and expensive process, and it ultimately materializes in EU law. But the development of this EU law is difficult. It's difficult to build because for us all to reach an agreement in the Council, in the Parliament, is a difficult task. There's a lot of deliberation, and it's difficult to get into too much detail, because if you do that, you get nowhere in these discussions. I remember in my first courses on legislation, they were telling me that the former directives from the European Union, dating from the 70s or so, there was a directive, for instance, on cars, and it was 500 pages long. Now, that directive is just impossible to process. And so what we do is that all food regulations focus on the policy side of the regulation, and then their subsequent development is left up to the European Commission. So what we do with Franz Verstraete and other colleagues from the Commission then turns into the development of all the technical aspects of a regulation. So we have two development models. We have implementing acts and delegated acts. So implementing and delegated acts. With implementing acts, what we do is ensure that the EU laws are applied in a uniform manner, in a standardized manner, all across the different member states. With these implementing acts, they don't change the sense of the initial or of the main regulation. One example of an implementing act would be a regulation on sampling and analysis conditions for contaminants, because these are very technical aspects that define what analytical methods should be used, how the sample should be taken. And as I was saying, this is not up to the legislator, it's up to the technicians. And so it focuses on all of the contaminants that Mr. Verstraete included in his slide. And then there are delegated acts, which are a different kind of development where we do in fact complement or amend specific aspects. This is where we do go into more development-related technical discussions. And a good example of this would be, for instance, modifying hygiene regulations, which recently, and Spain played a significant role in this, were developed. The regulation modifying 853 of 2004 regulated the tuna freezing processes on vessels. So I won't talk too much now about the legislation. I did just want to go over it quickly. Now let's look at where we're coming from and where we're going. In 2019, the current president of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, chaired the Commission, presided the Commission, and in 2019, they launched a very interesting program based on the European Green Deal. And one of the key elements in this Green Deal was a new strategy that would be known as Farm to Fork. And the idea behind it was a shift in the whole legislative system towards a more healthy and sustainable system. This is where sustainability was introduced as a concept. At the end of 2019, we found that the first law on climate was launched in 2020, And then there was Farm to Fork, and suddenly COVID landed, and that sent everything upside down. It turned everything on its head. Then there were a series of other just unfortunate events, such as the war in Ukraine, and it became apparent that there were a lot of conditions that were going to be hampering the arrival of food to the table, this whole farm to fork process. And so, regrettably, the legislative package that had been defined in 2019 under the farm to fork strategy involved creating a legislative framework of sustainable food systems that would replace the current framework of 178/2002 on food safety. Finally, in March this year, the Commission has said that they are forsaking it and abandoning it, and I don't know if we will ever get there in the future. And this, in 2025, was replaced for a vision of agriculture and food, which is what the Commission is using now when presenting its legislative proposals. The objectives, the goals of this vision for agriculture and food are to recognise that agriculture and food are both strategic sectors for the European Union. It seeks to strengthen competitiveness and make the sector more appealing. And it also aims to ensure long-term growth, innovation, and societal benefits for farmers and other agrarian players today, tomorrow, and up until 2040. This vision for agriculture and food can be split into 4 priority areas, and you have a very interesting documentation by the European Commission that explains all about this in detail. And within each of these priority areas, there are a series of actions, many of which will materialize in the form of legislative projects. The first priority area is to build an attractive agri-food sector. The second, which I've put in green because I think it affects us more in food safety, which would be to foster a competitive and resilient sector. Then there would be the area aiming to provide the conditions for a future-proof sector. And then another area would focus on food, fair living and working conditions. I think I'm losing the plot. Forgive me, because I'm reading in English, speaking in Spanish, and I'm getting all mixed up. Ultimately, fair living and working conditions in rural areas. That is certainly a problem, at least here in Spain, because there is a lot of abandonment in rural areas. They are very empty, and so it's so important to reinforce this. Within the area that was in green that I mentioned as being most relevant to us, which is to foster a competitive and resilient sector, there are a series of proposals. I've highlighted 4, although there are many more, but I think these are particularly interesting. The first would be to establish dialogues with our partners and partnership dialogues in terms of agri-food policies, and to open up new dialogues, new discussions. And you'll have seen the idea of the free trade negotiations and agreements. You'll have seen it all across the press. They need to be bilateral agreements, Mercosur, and a whole series of other agreements that the European Union is working on. There's also a strong need for alignment, for a sound alignment in production standards applied across the European Union to imported products. Specifically, and it is defined in this manner in the law, in the area of pesticides and animal welfare. Because there is a great interest on behalf of European citizens to ensure that everything that comes in from outside the European Union also meets these standards that we have here. That is what is known as reciprocity. There is also the need to establish a principle whereby the most hazardous pesticides that are banned in the EU, both for not just health reasons but also environmental reasons, which is a very relevant topic right now because in the Codex the environment is not particularly prioritized. It focuses more on health aspects. So what the idea is that these plant protection products don't come in to the EU with products from outside. And finally, to strengthen control on imports. There is a new working group created by the European Union which seeks precisely to reinforce these controls on imports. Now, what we can foresee in the future in all of this regard is that the Commission has launched the work programme for 2026. Work is expected to be quite slow. This was published last October. And there are 2 projects that we've already been working on for quite some time now. In fact, they were presented under the Spanish presidency in 2023, specifically one on new genomic techniques, which, as I said, has been on the table under discussion for practically 3 years now. And finally, it looks like the text has finally been approved by the Council, which is one of the parties involved. And for the European Parliament, it's pending. It should have been voted on this week, but I haven't seen this on the agenda, so surely it will be voted in the upcoming session in June. But in any case, there is a political agreement both on behalf of the Council and of the Parliament to publish this initiative. And then the protection of animals during transport and related operations. This is another initiative that has been under discussion for 3 years, and it appears that negotiations are struggling, and it is going to, I think it's difficult to finally see it being approved, but it's pending at the moment. But this had already come from the past. It was already being worked on in the past. And what do we have to do now? We have to work on the Biotech Act, which is a legislative project which basically introduces biotechnology. This was one of the wagers that President von der Leyen made in order to include regulatory sandboxes in the European Union and a series of improvements. And this affects mostly the health side of things, but there's also a modification to Article 178 to include regulatory sandboxes, which our peer from the United Kingdom has already presented earlier. This is something that they are trying to focus on, and that's going to be included as a possibility in this regulation. Work has not yet begun on discussing this Biotech Act, but we can expect it will begin soon. There is a text that you can read already. And what we're currently involved in are the omnibus projects. These are projects where the Commission introduces modifications of different regulations, mainly for simplification purposes. Simplification is one of the goals that has been expressed as necessary in the European Union. And then there's Omnibus X with 3 EU law proposals. One is a regulation to extend certain data protection periods concerning biocides, another which is a directive for simplification and strengthening of food and feed safety requirements. And in this case, the idea is to protect animals on farms and to seek a more sustainable use of pesticides in primary production. And then thirdly, and this is where the agency is involved, is a regulation for simplification and strengthening of food and feed safety requirements. But this includes a whole plethora of regulations, TSE, GMOs, feed additives, hygiene, plant protection products, animal welfare, biocides, official controls, and ultimately what we're working on, which are the maximum limits in plant protection products. The idea is to modify the residue legislation in order to include all of the requirements that we expect products to include or to meet, especially in imports. We're going to change the name, and these will be maximum residue limits based on agri-food best practice from third countries. And I think that's all I had to share with you. As I was saying, there is a lot of work left to be done, but probably not in the short term, so we will continue to work with our colleagues from the European Commission on the development of the legislation we already have in place. Thank you so much for listening.
Sí, hola.
Thank you so much, Victorio Teruel, for sticking to your allocated time. And we have now come to an end, but I cannot help but briefly talk about Victorio. Like Vicente, Victorio is a benchmark in this home. He is the master of many generations of ISAN professionals, including myself, and anything I could say will fall short of the reality. He was the first leader, the first boss of ISAN 20 years ago, and he has been my superior practically through my entire career. It seems like we're chasing one another, and it's a pleasure for me. He's a mentor, a friend, and now a key piece in the ISAN puzzle, and without him I would not be here today, and I certainly would not be who I am today. Thank you so much, Victorio. This is the conclusion of today. We've been on time. Anna and I are so surprised because we've chaired quite a few events now, and we're pleasantly surprised to have been able to stick to our times. We will be here tomorrow at 9:30. For those of you who are able to join us, we would greatly appreciate it, online as well. And that's all from us. Enjoy your afternoon, your evening, for those of you who are not from Madrid, and for those of you who are as well. See you all tomorrow, and please, I would love to remind you all to leave your headsets here. Thank you so much.